Chapter 161. Pollution. Clang, clang, clang. The constant sound of knocking echoed throughout the camp, adding a touch of human activity to the otherwise silent forest. These days, it seemed the high-risk black disaster was repelled. The concentration of red value in the surrounding air environment had also dropped a bit, and there were far fewer shadows. It seemed the red value concentration alone couldn't support the revival of so many black disasters at once. Peace and tranquility descended upon the Black Wind camp. Yu Hong carved out large, square blocks over a meter in length and width from the mountain wall, moving away from the edge of his cave. These stone blocks were about 15 centimeters thick, not very regular or even, weighing about half a ton each. But to Yu Hong they were like ordinary small stones. He grabbed 2 at once and stacked them all in the center of the camp. To avoid the underground array structure, Old Zhou and Old Li had already dug the foundation in advance, exposing the Black Wind array below. The two were squatting by the edge of the large foundation pit, observing the Black Wind array structure buried underground. In the pit of black soil, a silvery-gray network resembling plant roots was exposed. This network spread throughout the pit, sparse in some places and dense in others, as if it had naturally grown. Yet, the linear structure of the network was similar in material to metal or rock, clearly a man-made product. The two had been squatting there for a while, discussing after seeing the base of the Black Wind protective array. This artificial creation sparked their great interest. Seeing Yu Hong approaching, the two stood up. "Boss, the stone material for the stone castle is almost enough," Li Rushan said, pointing to the large pile of over 100 square stones stacked to one side. "Next, we need to grind and level the stones and use adhesives like cement or seam glue." "I can't help with the adhesives," Yu Hong shook his head. "Then we'll use dry masonry method." Old Li nodded. "The next phase is a big project, but we can't build too large a stone castle with dry masonry." "No problem, we'll slowly improve it later," Yu Hong nodded. Once confirmed, Li Rushan took Old Zhou, and the two started measuring data with their tools. Yu Hong wasn't skilled at this technical work, so he stood further away, looking toward the outer courtyard where Dr. Su was playing on a swing with Nana. A few days ago, at his daughter's request, Old Li built a wooden frame in the yard, hung 2 ropes, tied a wooden plank, and made a super simple swing. The whole thing took less than 20 minutes. This guy was really good with his hands. He worked quickly even while injured. A cough. Cough. Suddenly, a faint coughing sound could be heard. It was Dr. Su. Yu Hong frowned, looking at Su Ruiying, who was pushing Izina on the swing. Her face looked pale. She covered her mouth with one hand, coughing repeatedly. "The weather is getting colder. We must increase warmth equipment, or we'll risk getting sick," Ding Xiao approached and said in a low voice. She buried Yao Failing outside the perimeter of the secondary safety zone, under the largest, thickest old tree, carving a name into the trunk as a tombstone. After days of recovery, she could now slowly walk around the camp's outer courtyard. But because she wasn't a formal member, she still had to live in the wooden shed. Warmth equipment. Yu Hong had already made preliminary arrangements. He said nothing, instead looking toward the inner camp. He thought of utilizing the water-cooled from the nuclear engine to encircle the camp with warmth and form a temperature regulation structure. However, the release of heat might induce other black disasters. Once the stone castle was initially built, coated with an insulating layer, and marked with concealing symbols, it should be fine. Listening to Dr. Su's coughing, his gaze shifted toward the second cave housing the breeding room. "Perhaps I could introduce the cooling water into the second cave first to ensure the temperature of the breeding boxes and then bury it underground in the inner camp to maintain a basic temperature." Mushrooms and cockroach lizards required temperature maintenance. Too cold, and their yields would plummet. After all, cockroaches and lizards weren't self-heating, warm-blooded creatures. With this plan in mind, Yu Hong reinforced the radiation hand grenade supplementation over the past few days, and now the Black Mark could start a new strengthening task. Having settled his thoughts, he looked at Ding Xiao. "How much longer do you need to recover? The medicine here is quite effective. I should be good in about a week," Ding Xiao replied honestly. Yu Hong looked at her abdomen with slight surprise. He hadn't held back when he kicked her. To think she only needed a few weeks to recover. It was clear to Yu Hong that Ding Xiao was quite a remarkable type even among those with enhancements. "All right, I'll prepare what you need by then," he said solemnly. Stammering Yi's appearance was recognizable enough. That wasn't an issue. The main concern was her current whereabouts. "Okay." Ding Xiao nodded. She knew staying in the camp for so long without conditions was already a grace period Yu Hong considered for her recovery. If she delayed any longer, she might indeed be kicked out. After arranging tasks, Yu Hong returned to the cave and closed the door. He placed his hand on the wall, closed his eyes, strengthened the cave safehouse, reinforced the cooling water pipes of the nuclear engine's outflow into a network of root structures. The direction is... Yu Hong imagined in his mind the cooling water pipes bending, branching into finer tubes. The pipes extended downward, covering the cave walls and the adjacent second breeding cave and then the empty space in the inner courtyard underground. Strengthen the cave safehouse? Came the inquiry from the black mark. Black lines shot out, and soon a dark red countdown appeared on the wall. 16:42. The timing was acceptable. Yes. With the countdown started, Yu Hong entered into a cultivation of the Thunderbolt leg state. Cough, cough, cough. From outside the courtyard, a cough could be heard again. But this time it wasn't from Dr. Su. It was from old Zhou. Yu Hong's brows furrowed, a sense of urgency slowly creeping in. He glanced at the detector beside him, which showed the temperature, 3 degrees. Once the temperature rises, things should be fine, he thought to himself. Time slowly passed. The next morning, at the moment the black mark strengthening ended, at a depth of more than 10 centimeters underground throughout the inner camp, the soil suddenly blurred for an instant. In the next moment, there appeared some thin black pipes. Each pipe was only as thick as a pinky finger, evenly laid out under the inner courtyard. Hot water from the nuclear engine cooling system began flowing continuously through the new pipes, releasing a large amount of heat into the cave and the inner camp. Slowly, the temperature began to inch upwards. Yu Hong walked to the door and looked outside through the observation window. Before long, one of the workers, old Li, who was working outside, was the first to feel the warmth, and Li Russian's eyes lit up as if he realized something and quickly ran over. "Boss? It's getting warm outside." His expression carried a hint of exploration and speculation. "Yes, it's my doing. I used engineering robots to work underground, laying some cooling water pipes to disperse the heat from the nuclear engine and keep everyone warm," Yu Hong answered, nodding. "Engineering robots?" Old Li's eyes lit up. "Can we?" "No, they have wear and tear. For what we can do ourselves, let's do it ourselves. Otherwise, once they're worn out and gone, we'll struggle when we need them later." Yu Hong casually made up a reason. "All right." Old Li figured he was truly wise to stay with Yu Hong. Just listen, engineering robots. Such advanced technology. In his entire life, he had only heard about such high-tech gadgets in the news from Silver Tower. Old Li carried this news to others, immediately causing a cheer among everyone. The drop in temperature had been a major issue recently that everyone was very concerned about. It was so cold that people were increasingly reluctant to go out, staying in their houses, relying on windbreaks and blankets to keep warm. Now things were better. The camp was gradually warming up, and they didn't have to worry about getting chilled to the point of illness. They could move about freely again. This major issue was resolved, so there shouldn't be any problem for the time being. Yu Hong believed so, and Old Li did too. But the second and third days, everyone in the camp except Yu Hong himself started to cough. Something's not right. Just after condensing the 6th strand of inner qi, Yu Hong didn't have time to celebrate before the sporadic coughing sounds furrowed his brow. He left the cave, walked along the ground of the inner courtyard, and felt the temperature of the camp was significantly higher. "Boss!" Li Russian and Zhou Shuiguang were discussing something under the lamppost. Seeing him come out, they quickly approached. "Boss, we might have trouble," Li Russian said gravely, unable to resist coughing a few more times after speaking. "Isn't it just a cold?" Yu Hong asked. No, it's pure pharyngitis. Dr. Su concluded it's likely an air issue, Li Russian replied. Air? Do we have an air purifier in the camp? Yu Hong asked in a deep voice. Last time old Li had brought back so many small appliances. He let them divide among themselves without further inquiry. No, the crucial part is replacing the materials. Without the materials, just having a machine is useless, so I didn't take it, Li Russian somewhat regretted. And we can't currently operate in an isolated space. Even with an air purifier, we can't say if it will filter out the source causing the coughing, Zhou Shuiguang added after coughing. Old Li, speed up the construction of the stone castle. Once it's built, we can take shelter inside to filter the air. Assuming this cough is indeed caused by the air, Yu Hong continued. He suddenly felt very tired. This world. Originally, it seemed like it was just the Black Disaster. As long as we kept growing stronger, we could hold back the Black Disaster and settle down. Now, it seems even the air is problematic. Layer upon layer. And he suddenly wondered what the future of humanity in this ever-desperate environmental change would be. Just surviving requires one to give their all. First, we need to determine what's in the air causing the cough. I'll conduct a test, Yu Hong sighed. Sigh. Old Zhou sighed without saying anything further. Dr. Su used a breathing valve, and the coughing was significantly reduced after filtering the breath. So she confirmed there's something airborne in the air causing our coughing, Li Russian explained. Then let's all use the breathing valve. I'll cross-check the rest and, once confirmed, we'll fast-track building the stone castle. Yu Hong nodded. Chapter 162. Pollution. With the stone castle, a large isolation space could be created, and the external air, once filtered and replaced inside, would avoid the huge problems caused by air pollution. Yu Hong estimated that the main reason he hadn't been coughing was probably because he had been staying in the cave for a long time, and his physical condition was far superior to others. Time was of the essence. To solve the air monitoring problem, he needed to find some air detection devices first. They certainly weren't available in the camp. Just as well, he also planned to go out and test the specific radiation lethality of inner chi and see if the camp's array would fail again like the luminous grass once he left. Not wasting any more time, Yu Hong returned to the cave, put on his gear and weapons, and left the camp immediately without notifying old Zhou and the others. He sped ahead, rushing toward the nearest town. The town had long been abandoned, with no living person in sight. Everyone had migrated to the original Baihe city, but most of Baihe city's population also relocated, only to have the city overrun before they could fully evacuate. He wondered how many of those who went to the town were still alive. Yu Hong chose not to drive but to run on foot. His speed now was not slower than an average driving speed. Maintaining a steady pace of 60 to 70 kilometers per hour, he quickly made his way through the woods to the nearest highway lane. By then, he was already roughly a kilometer away from the camp. Thud. Yu Hong's boots made contact on the road surface as he glanced at the two jeeps parked by the roadside. A thin white frost had faintly formed on the surface of the vehicles. He walked up to them and wiped with his hand, instantly covering his glove in white powder. The powder soon melted under his body heat. Sigh. Yu Hong exhaled, his breath jetting out from the sides of his breathing valve. He looked at the road, determining the direction to the town. Then, thud. Suddenly, he put on a burst of speed and sprinted on the road surface. In the sound of his pounding footsteps, he quickly disappeared into the fog, rushing toward the direction away from the camp. Soon enough, as Yu Hong kept running, he suddenly felt the black mark on the back of his hand tremble. In his mind, the two marks connecting him to the camp severed abruptly, vanishing without a trace. The two marks respectively represented the Black Wind Protective Array and the Black Lizard Sentinel. He wondered if the arrays and the Black Lizard on the other side would maintain their previous operations without these connections. Thankfully, they had just repelled the high-risk Black Disaster, and the camp's surroundings were relatively safe. They had the concealing symbol and the pyroxene secret room effect to evade threats, so if they were cautious, it shouldn't be a big issue. All he needed to do was return quickly. Having determined the impact of distance on the marks, Yu Hong quickly turned around and sped back toward the camp. This time, he accelerated, and it wasn't long before he was sprinting all the way back to the vicinity of the camp. He quickly briefed old Zhou about the precautions after his departure. "Did anything change when I left the camp just now?" he asked. "Changes?" Didn't notice, though two shadows appeared around, which weren't there before, but were driven off by the Whirlpool Talisman array in the camp's log cabin. "Boss, you remember you made that Whirlpool Talisman array over the windows and doors there, right?"
Li Rushan Raplia.
"As long as there isn't an issue, that's fine. While I'm away, try to stay inside the house, and we can talk when I return. Many devices in the camp require me to maintain their operation." Remember that. Yu Hong understood. Clearly, it was because the bonded marks stopped functioning after he left, allowing shadows to start entering the camp. Previously, shadows couldn't even approach the secondary safe zone as they would be taken down by the Black Lizard. It was impossible for them to enter the inner courtyard of the camp. "Understood." Old Li nodded. "Boss, make it fast. Old Zhou's hand has almost healed enough to do some work. We'll start by looking for flat stones together." Cough, cough. He coughed a bit more, with a slight phlegm sound in his voice. "All right." Yu Hong frowned, realizing the urgency. Otherwise, who knows what problems air pollution might cause in the future. "I can help too." Ding Xiao came over, coughing softly twice. "All right, follow Old Li's arrangements." Yu Hong thought it shouldn't be a big issue for Old Li to handle Ding Xiao. Moreover, since he didn't open the cave, it wouldn't matter if problems arose. He'd correct them upon returning. "Be careful on your way." With their reminders, he quickly turned and left the camp, venturing into layers upon layers of gray fog. This time, without hesitation, he controlled the Black Lizard accompanying him, running toward the town at its maximum speed of about 60 kilometers per hour. Hud, hud, hud. In the woods, his footsteps gradually faded until they completely disappeared into the mist, barely audible. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. More than 10 kilometers away from the Black Wind camp. Inside a military multipurpose troop carrier driving along the highway, the sound of incessant coughing filled the vehicle. Xuaningning sat in the driver's seat, driving the vehicle along its path. The others were in the back seat, with Fang Shijun ready to take over driving while resting with his eyes closed. Chun Xiaoxing compared maps, occasionally giving directions. Without satellite navigation, someone had to monitor the map to ensure they stayed on course. Of course, the downside was the lack of navigation, but the upside was they could reverse on the highway without fearing accidents if they took a wrong turn. Cough, cough. Oli sat in the middle of the vehicle, weaving new trousers from dry grass while glancing at stammering Yi, who was dozing off. "Why is it that everyone's coughing except you?" She couldn't understand. Although reinforced people's bodies were better, even Captain Xue and Fang Shijun were coughing, progressing similarly to ordinary people. Everyone started with mild coughs, then severe ones, and now there's phlegm present in their voices. "I don't know." Stammering Yi shook her head. "The air detectors indicated that particulate matter has increased significantly lately, so we need to get ready to use air purification machines and find a sealed safe house," Xuaningning said, enduring the irritation in her throat. "Then let's head to the nearest abandoned town. The air conditioning store there should have air purifiers," Fang Shijun suggested. "I'm fine. You guys go find the machines. I'll go check on Yu Hong," Stammering Yi said brokenly. Asterisk, she had always been worried about Yu Hong and intended to go back and check on him this time, to see how he was doing. If he wasn't doing well, she'd take him along. If he was okay, she'd feel at ease going to investigate the clues at Black Tree Village. Asterisk. "It's too dangerous for you to go alone." Cough, cough. "I'll come with you," Chun Xinji, one of the only two males in the group, offered. "I'll go too," Qin Xiaoxing added. "You might as well stay back. Going there might mean Yi would have to protect you," Oli quipped sarcastically. "I support Yi going to find that Yu Hong. The last time we handed in the reinforced detector, it was something Yu Hong modified. If we could get another from him, it would be a huge help in going to Black Tree Village." They had all agreed to go with Yi to Black Tree Village to investigate the secret of her grandfather and father's disappearance. Most importantly, Anen had discovered that the first outbreak of black disaster in the country was at Black Tree Village. "I'll go. Alone it's fine," Yi said softly. "Actually, as long as I don't make a sound, I won't encounter any danger." At these words, everyone fell silent. A few days ago, they had witnessed Yi hiding in a corner. When she remained completely still, a shadow passed her by without attacking her. In that case, Yi going alone does seem most appropriate. Let's gather supplies and gear, cough, cough, and prepare them for her, Xuanning decided. She should make a quick trip back and forth. All right, everyone agreed, knowing this was the best arrangement. Once the vehicle reaches the spot closest to Baiqiu village, Yi will get off, Captain Xue stated firmly. "We'll wait for you there in the vehicle." "All right," Yi nodded strongly. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. On the long, winding highway, distorted cracks spread across the gray-white surface. The sky was dim. A hulking gray-black silhouette ran quickly along the road, stepping rhythmically with his boots against the ground. Soon, the figure gradually slowed down and came to a stop. "That place is even darker." Yu Hong looked at Huafeng City, which he had passed by before. The buildings, skyscrapers there were now completely covered in a layer of pitch-black slime. Strings of black, web-like slime connected the buildings to one another. The entire city lay in silence without human voices or monsters. Even the fog seemed swallowed and absorbed, leaving the surrounding air exceptionally clear. Yu Hong continued forward, and soon arrived at the place where he had previously dealt with that fully transformed reinforced person. The traces of battle left by that guy were still there. The pits, cracks, and impact marks on the ground remained untouched. Sigh. Yu Hong exhaled white mist from the sides of his breathing valve. He withdrew his gaze and rushed forward again. More than 20 minutes later, abandoned residential buildings began appearing on both sides of the road, built by rural residents. The 2- or 3-story small buildings stood isolated and dilapidated on the roadside, projecting eeriness and deathly silence. The overgrown weeds in fields on both sides were even more plentiful and taller than before. Yu Hong did not stop. Glancing at the sky, he rushed forward faster. Soon, the buildings along the roadside became denser, leading him to a sloping street. Shops and small buildings stood silent on either side. After a while, he stopped next to a building, glancing at the entrance. The steps still bore some leftover firearms and weapons, along with 2 sets of women's empty clothes. This was the spot where he encountered those robbers last time. He continued forward and soon crossed a stone bridge. Then he suddenly halted. In front of him, gray mist covered the road, where dozens of bulletproof suits lay scattered. The suits, helmets, weapons, and waist packs were intact, sprawled on the ground like living beings. But Yu Hong kicked a nearby suit and the helmet rolled away, revealing an empty interior. Suddenly his eyes narrowed when he noticed a familiar suit and weapon. He quickly moved closer and recognized the weapon. It belonged to Longfeng's team. Yu Hong crouched down, picking up the suit and shaking it. Inside he found a small brown wallet. Opening it, he saw a clear photograph of Langfeng and a red-haired girl. The rest were silver coins and a United Military Officer identification card. Standing up, Yu Hong sighed. He could now confirm that Langfeng, who had supplied him with substantial resources last time, and his team had probably... Chapter 163, Pollution. After the nuclear energy motor incident and resolving the Black Crow, Captain Langfeng gifted him a lot of intelligence and supplies, among which the food was synthesized into nutritional paste, enough to last for half a year. Now, Yu Hong searched again and quickly found the equipment set called Little Wind Assistant, next to Langfeng. This made him certain that the personnel at this stronghold had been completely wiped out. With regret, he quickly packed up the leftover gear. Most of it was ordinary stuff, but among them were 5 sets that were top of the line on the market. He stacked them all together, ready to take them back. Upon reaching this point, Yu Hong didn't continue further, but decided to go back and aimlessly wander around the other streets. Soon, he found a shop that used to specialize in air purifiers. Above the blue shop, a white sign with a Cloud C pattern hung, featuring 4 deep blue printed characters in the middle, Cloud C Purification. The shop was closed with a silver roller shutter. Yu Hong walked to the shop front and pried his fingers into the shutter. Plop! He poked a few holes in the shutter and pulled it upward. With a crash, half of the shutter was pulled up all at once, revealing the interior of the shop. Rows of brand-new white desktop air conditioners and air purifiers were quietly placed in a square inside the shop. In the center was a square glass counter. Inside the counter, there was a cash register and a black leather computer chair. On the chair sat a person, a slim woman with black hair tied in a high ponytail, facing away from Yu Hong. She wore a blue uniform and was motionless, as if staring at the screen of the cash register. The screen was pitch black, showing nothing. "Hey!" Yu Hong quietly called out. Though the ponytail woman sat on the leather chair with her back to him, from behind, he could see that her neck's skin was that of a living person, white, delicate, with a faint pink tint. The ponytail woman remained motionless as if she hadn't heard him. Yu Hong furrowed his brows, moved closer, and gently tapped on the glass counter. Knock, knock. The sound echoed in the shop. But still, the woman did not react. He glanced at the red value detector embedded in the collar of his suit, which showed a red value of only 30 to 40, not much. Asterisk with the possibility of encountering a new black disaster. Yu Hong didn't speak further, instead pulling in his inner chi without releasing it. He quickly moved to the side of the ponytail woman to see her face. Asterisk. He needed to confirm if she was alive. However, strangely, even though he circled halfway around her, the ponytail woman remained facing away from him. Still sitting on the leather chair, her back was completely turned to him, motionless. Yu Hong squinted, pulling out a radiation hand grenade and gently opening the pin. He tossed it forward. When in doubt, throw a grenade first. Buzz! In an instant, the grenade exploded with invisible radiation light, covering an area of over 10 meters around. The invisible radiation's negative value sent the detector's reading soaring to -7,000. The air distorted slightly, but astonishingly, the ponytail woman remained unmoved, sitting there, unaffected by anything. Yu Hong immediately ignored her, his peripheral vision quickly locking onto a high-powered air purifier in the shop. This purifier resembled a large desktop air conditioner, with fan blades above and below for airflow, an LCD screen in the middle, and a small Cloud C icon on the top right corner with the words Cloud C beside it. Other details included energy efficiency ratings and national quality supervision standards. Yu Hong wrapped his arm around this machine and started moving toward the shop exit. This 1.5-meter-tall desktop unit was enough to purify an area of 200 to 300 square meters. With a little black mark enhancement, it was more than adequate. He had just turned, machine in hand, to walk out. Suddenly, he stopped, standing still. The ponytail woman was now somehow blocking the shop's exit. She was still on the black leather chair, facing away from Yu Hong, motionless, as if gazing outside. Yu Hong squinted and glanced at her previous position. The place was empty. He stood for a while, ensuring she made no further moves, then simply ignored her and swiftly carried the machine out from one side of the shop. Plop! As he stepped out of the shop, a wave of dizziness hit Yu Hong, accompanied by an indescribably intense discomfort flooding from his abdomen, engulfing his entire body. Asterisk, he suddenly felt his strength rapidly draining. His limbs became weak and limp, and the machine in his hands felt heavier. Asterisk. It was as if he had stayed awake for several days, unbearably sleepy, exhausted, wanting to fall asleep. Everything in his vision started to sway, tilting left and right. Buzz! In an instant, a surge of inner chi exploded within him, filling his legs. The intense burst of inner chi replenished his dwindling energy, causing it to leap upward immensely. Catching this burst, Yu Hong pushed off strongly with his legs, rocketing out of the shop with the machine, leaping over 10 meters in an instant. Bang! His shins struck a toppled electric scooter by the roadside. The sound snapped him out of that wretched state. Hiss! He took a deep breath, realizing something was wrong. The second wave of inner chi burst again. The explosive fury accelerated the blood flow in his legs, causing his muscles to swell and tense. Plop! Another muffled sound, and in a blink, he surged forward another 10 meters, further away from the Cloud Sea Purification Shop. This time, as the distance widened, Yu Hong's mind quickly cleared. His vision sharpened, and the weakness in his body began to return to normal. The discomfort surging from his abdomen lingered but was much better than before. Asterisk. What the hell is that thing? Asterisk. Yu Hong felt a chill in his heart, refraining from turning back, and instead pulled out another radiation hand grenade with a backward motion. Buzz! The grenade exploded in his arms, releasing a wave of invisible negative value radiation. Beep! This time, Yu Hong's ears heard a sharp alarm. At that moment, he realized the red value detector on his collar was blaring the alarm. The displayed value read 2441.523. Asterisk. Not a negative value. It's a positive red value. Asterisk. Asterisk. Even after detonating a radiation grenade, it's still over 2000. Asterisk. Yu Hong decisively pulled out 2 more grenades and pulled the pins. Buzz! 2 radiation hand grenades exploded simultaneously, and the invisible negative value radiation finally forced the detector down to negative 100 and something. Asterisk. Just barely over negative 100. Moreover, it only just dipped before some invisible force yanked it upward, as if a powerful radiation source nearby constantly counteracted the radiation grenades. Asterisk. Asterisk. So over the top? Asterisk. A sense of dread filled Yu Hong as he accelerated, machine in hand, sprinting madly into the distance without looking back, pulling 2 more radiation hand grenades with one hand and detonating them in his arms. Buzz buzz! The invisible negative value radiation burst. After sprinting another 200 meters, the eerie force that had lingered around finally began to disappear. The detector also returned to normal, with readings stabilizing at around 30 to 40. Phew!
Yu Hong exhalait deeply.
He then paused in the middle of the street, turning to look in the direction he had come from. From a distance, at the entrance of the Cloud Sea Purification Shop, the ponytail woman sitting on the black leather chair still had her back to him, sitting quietly at the entrance, completely still. Although she was turned away from Yu Hong, he clearly felt that she was watching him. Asterisk. Is this yet another new black disaster? Compared to the blatant face-to-face assault of the Speedman, this was a sudden sneak attack. Asterisk. He couldn't quite understand what just happened, whether it was an illusion or if he had truly seen that ponytail woman. She possessed an exceptionally strong ability to manipulate senses. If it weren't for the explosive surge of inner chi, he wouldn't have even made it out of the shop's door. Asterisk. This is another high-risk black disaster. Let's tentatively call it Backwatcher. Asterisk. Yu Hong silently noted it down in his heart. By red value categorization, this entity's danger level was at least level 5. Moreover, it couldn't be initially detected by the red value, and its method of sneaky attacks was elusive, making it particularly troublesome. Now he understood why Lang Feng and his team were completely wiped out here. With a black disaster of this caliber appearing, this town was indeed no longer as safe as before. He marked this town as high risk in his mind, choosing not to attempt to expel or eliminate this Backwatcher, but instead turned and carried the machine, quickly returning along the path away from the town. He began to sprint, ensuring he returned to the camp before the blood tide broke out. Sprinting all the way, as the sky gradually became completely dark. Despite Yu Hong's efforts to make haste, halfway along the road, he encountered the blood tide. He wrapped himself entirely in the luminous stone blanket he carried, then crouched on the slope by the roadside, quietly observing countless black insects pouring like a tide over the road below. One after another, big skin insects, swaying in the black tide, floated downstream with no clear destination. Yu Hong crouched on the slope, quietly observing the black tide below. The moonlight illuminated the mist and reflected a faint glow from the black tide. This river, shimmering with black light, seemed endless, gushing from one side into the mist, flowing into the other side. Yu Hong quietly waited, using this time to rest and adjust his body. After waiting for more than 3 hours, gradually, the number of black insects in the black tide began to decrease, and the density thinned. He exhaled and glanced at the sky, deciding to travel under the night. After all, being away from the camp for long without the black lizard and black wind protection array would pose significant danger. Jumping off the slope, Yu Hong filled his legs with inner chi, stepping toward the camp. His body leaped forward, zooming over 10 meters, lightly jumping to avoid all the black insects on the road. By this time, the density of the black insects had significantly decreased, leaving enough gaps to move through. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The Black Wind Camp, secondary safe zone. A petite figure, draped in a luminous stone blanket, slowly approached the previously safe area. A swarm of black insects continuously passed by the figure yet didn't attack or bite. The figure lifted her head, gazing somewhat bewildered at the vast camp before her. The place had expanded enormously compared to when she left. She hadn't seen wooden fences here before, and the number of shadows nearby had become alarmingly sparse. As she drew closer, they became even fewer. The figure, wrapped in the luminous stone blanket, continued to walk forward, observing everything carefully under the moonlight. Before long, she reached the outer fence of the camp. Chapter 164. Pollution. The black insects were still crawling around here, but their numbers were much less than on the outskirts. It was only here that the silhouette cautiously lifted the luminous stone blanket, revealing a small, dirty face. Lin Yi moved her lame leg around. The lump on her back had become tight and prickly due to the long journey, but she had long since gotten used to that. Compared to these burdens, she was more curious about Yu Hong's camp. Even through the fence, she could see there was another circle of stone walls inside. The walls weren't high. With her height, she could barely see the scenery inside. 3 small wooden cabins surrounded a wooden pole with an electric lamp hanging from it. The bright white light radiated from the top of the pole, offering a faint sense of safety and warmth. Even though she knew that this bit of light couldn't really provide warmth, the warmth in her heart surged uncontrollably. The light was also a key reason for suppressing the number of black insects nearby. Stammering E continued forward, flipped over the fence, entered the outer courtyard, and slowly walked toward the inner courtyard. She didn't disturb anyone, just stopped at the side of the inner courtyard wall without going further. Here, she could already hear the voices of the camp members inside the cabins. An old man was teaching a little girl how to pronounce words. Dr. Su was gently stroking her belly, singing softly and tenderly. Russian was boasting to a young woman about the feats of his boss in the past. From his words, Stammering E learned that Yu Hong was the boss. Standing by the courtyard wall, she bathed in the light, standing there for a good while. Her purpose in coming back this trip was actually already achieved, and that was to confirm that Yu Hong was okay. As long as he was okay. Stammering E knew that in such a desperate environment, trying to persistently investigate and find out the whereabouts of her father and grandfather, investigating the truth about her mother's death, and finding the murderer, would be extremely dangerous. So from the start, she only planned to quietly check the situation from outside. If Yu Hong was in great danger, she would take him away. If he was safe, she would quietly leave on her own. Searching for clues about her relatives was her own business. She didn't want to involve Yu Hong. She wouldn't think about more complicated ideas. In fact, she couldn't think of them. She only had one simple thought, and that was not to implicate Yu Hong. Just a look, then leave. This simple idea supported Stammering E as she stood by the courtyard wall for a good while. Unfortunately, she heard voices from inside the cabin saying that Yu Hong had gone out and hadn't returned yet. Went out. Stammering E thought to herself. She took one last look at the camp, glanced at the bright white light, and turned around with a hint of a blessing. slowly leaving in the direction she came from. She couldn't let her teammates wait long. She needed to hurry back, as staying in one place for too long was inherently dangerous, especially since they didn't know much about the black disaster situation nearby and couldn't immediately and accurately find the gaps in the black disaster based on the red value concentration. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. In the darkness of the night, Yu Hong sprinted along the highway, and the black insects on the road became fewer and fewer. Before long, he saw the burnt and charred bus again. Almost there. He sighed with relief in his heart. No matter what, the outside world never gave him the same sense of security his camp did. Passing the bus, he ran forward a bit more and then saw the remaining 2 jeeps. Then, making a turn to the side, he immediately followed a small slanted path he had cleared earlier, veering into the woodland. In the dim forest, there were more insects than outside, but upon reaching here, Yu Hong relaxed because at this distance, the black wind protection array was already able to connect, starting up, and the black lizards were also moving into action. They all seemed to have entered dormancy earlier, pausing all work. Following the forest mountain path, Yu Hong returned all the way when suddenly, he halted his steps. A black lizard gave a warning reminder. It had discovered that some non-black insect individual was moving rapidly in the nearby woods. The direction of the movement was moving away from the camp. Asterisk at this hour. Could something really dare to move within the black tide? Asterisk. He felt a tinge of curiosity but didn't intend to interfere much. As long as this thing didn't affect the camp or attack him, with so many variants of black disaster, he couldn't possibly test and investigate each one. After all, the supplies and equipment were limited. Watching the shadow grow further away in the black lizard's black and white vision, Yu Hong accelerated, quickly heading back toward the camp. He really wanted to go back to take a hot shower, have a hearty meal, and relax with a good sleep. Compared to the camp cave, it was extremely mentally exhausting to have to remain on high alert outside constantly. Wait! Suddenly, Yu Hong stopped. That figure just now. He recalled the shape of the silhouette that the black lizard saw. The person seemed to run with a limp and appeared to be covered with a blanket, likely a luminous stone blanket. A familiar feeling surged in his heart. The figure made him subconsciously think of someone. Asterisk, is it the trickery of the shadow? Or is it? Asterisk. He narrowed his eyes slightly. But then he thought shadows always moved forward. There had never been a time where a shadow would use deception and then run away. After a moment's hesitation, Yu Hong decisively turned around and rushed toward the direction the black lizard indicated. No matter what, I must go have a look. The familiar figure suggested it might not be a shadow's trick, not with their style of never showing the face. So it's likely a living person, and if it's a living person, a guess flashed through his mind, and Yu Hong hurried along the direction the figure disappeared into, guided by the black lizard's perspective. Strangely, though, within just a few minutes of pursuing, he lost track of the individual. That person seemed to vanish all of a sudden, as if sensing the black lizard tracking them, disappearing quickly into the woodland mist. Splat. Yu Hong stopped beneath the big tree that person had just passed and crouched down to gently touch the small footprints left behind on the ground. He lost the trail. He stood up and, for the first time, felt that perhaps he should learn some tracking skills. All along, he'd been relying on his physical speed, thinking he could solve any problem that way, but reality had taught him a lesson. Checking the black lizard's vision on the spot, there really were no traces of that person anymore. Neither he nor the black lizard could find that person's tracks. With disappointment, Yu Hong had to return to the camp.
Yu Hong.
He had just turned around when suddenly a familiar voice called from behind him. Yu Hong spun around, looking into the depths of the mist. There, a small figure wrapped in a luminous stone blanket stood quietly on the fallen leaves, looking up at him. You! Yu Hong subconsciously took a few steps forward, immediately pulling a radiation hand grenade from his pocket. Buzz! The invisible negative value radiation exploded, covering a 10-meter area around them. In an instant, large areas of black insects dissolved and disappeared, the negative value in the environment dropping to over 7,000, then slowly rising. Centered around them, a temporary circular vacuum area formed. Yu Hong stepped closer and finally saw clearly, under the moonlight, the pair of black eyes clear as gems. I thought it was someone else chasing me. Stammering Yi wiped the sweat off her forehead and said helplessly, "You are really Yi?" Yu Hong became slightly excited, stepping forward and placing his hands on her shoulders. Then, splat, he lifted her high, turning her this way and that in the moonlight, examining her closely. "This lump, this face, it really is you, not an illusion." A smile unconsciously spread across his face beneath the helmet. "Seeing you safe is good enough." Lin Yi flailed and tried to get down, but was surprised to find that her strength seemed a bit less than Yu Hong's. What was going on? How long had it been? What had happened to Yu Hong's body? What had he been eating? Could it be that he too had undergone full-body enhancement? Lin Yi was a bit dazed. Being turned and examined thoroughly made her temporarily forget to speak. "Looks like you still have all your limbs." After checking her over, Yu Hong nodded and smiled. "I was planning to hire people to find you, but you came back on your own. It's perfect. Now that you're back, don't leave. I've got everything set up nicely here, water, electricity. We're never in want of food. We can live very safely. I need to find my family." Lin Yi struggled free and jumped down, speaking seriously. "I need to find my father, my grandfather, and the one who murdered my mom." She stressed earnestly, particularly enunciating the last two words forcefully. Yu Hong's smile froze on his face. He was silent for a moment. "Where will you search? How can you search alone in such a dangerous place? Come back to the camp. We can hire people to investigate outside. If we find more people, it'll be much faster than you going alone." The outside was increasingly dangerous, and he didn't want his best friend to take that risk. "I'm working on research now, creating a lot of good things. We can use those to trade with people, hiring many people to investigate," he urged her. "This is my affair," Lin Yi said seriously and loudly. "My affair." She raised her head to look at Yu Hong. "I want to find my dad, Grandpa, Mom." Yu Hong spoke again. "I'm not afraid," Lin Yi repeated. "If you want to help me, then don't try to dissuade me." Yu Hong fell silent. He recognized her determination. He had seen it when she saved him alone, that she was someone who, once determined, would see it through. Wasn't that why she'd saved him back then? Because of this very character? "If you stay, I might come up with a cure for your ailments," he said softly. "I want to go," Lin Yi stubbornly replied. "If I don't go now, it might be too late. The air is getting worse." Yu Hong was left without a word. He finally understood how Dr. Su felt back then, knowing full well the danger her actions would bring upon herself. But no matter how he tried to persuade, she wouldn't listen. Dr. Su's approach at the time was to support you, albeit reluctantly. And now, he reached out, removing the radiation hand grenades from his body, handing them over all at once. "All right, I won't persuade you, but I have these small things. I hope you can take them before you go, as they might be of some good help. Also, my place is relatively safe. If you need any supplies, you can come to this camp to resupply. Say what you will, if you encounter danger, I can help you resist most of it here. Will that work?" he asked in a low tone. Chapter 165. Bad Situation 1. More than 10 minutes later. Late night. Yu Hong stood outside the campsite, watching Lin Yi gradually disappear into the distance. There was an indescribable expression on his face beneath his helmet. Most of the radiation hand grenades, vortex talisman plates, and 2 detectors, along with a pile of newly collected bulletproof gear, were all given to Stammering Yi. Additionally, to ensure her safety, Yu Hong also handed over his fortified sunshine paint, which he had originally prepared for his vehicle. Compared to himself in the campsite, Stammering Yi, who was going out to search for her family, needed this more. He could go back and fetch more later to enhance his supplies. But if the Sunshine Paint improved Stammering E's concealment abilities, it might save her life at a critical moment. This item was merely a luxury for Yu Hong, but for Stammering E it could be a lifesaver. Watching as Stammering E's figure disappeared into the mist with her large and small bags, Yu Hong turned around and headed into the inner courtyard of the campsite. Li Rushan and the others had come out and were inside the courtyard wall, seeing her off. They had helped carry a lot of the items just now. Going out at a time like this, isn't it just courting death? Old Li sighed helplessly. He had arrived later and wasn't as familiar with Stammering E. There are always people who value certain things more than their own lives, Zhou Shuaguang said quietly, looking melancholy as if he were reminded of something. By the way, the luminous stone in the camp is running low. Are you going to get it this time? Or should I? Li Rushan asked. The last batch was partially dug out by Ding Xiao and another person, but they didn't mind much. Additionally, facing the level 8 Black Disaster Speedman earlier consumed a significant amount of radiation hand grenades. Even if Yu Hong had the black mark, he had to make enhancements based on large pyroxene stone graphite powder. The foundation of large pyroxene stone graphite powder was enhanced from ordinary luminous stone powder. Therefore, the quantity of luminous stones determined the safety of the campsite. According to Zhou Shuaguang's set standard, this quantity must be maintained above a certain level to prepare for potential situations where they couldn't venture out. I'll go, Zhou Shuaguang said as he moved his arms, feeling mostly recovered. With good food, good sleep, no worries, and ample nutrition, his injuries naturally healed quickly. He glanced at Yu Hong but didn't disturb him. Instead, he fetched his tools and gathered his set of safety equipment and weapons, preparing to leave at dawn the next morning. Dr. Su stood in the empty space of the inner courtyard, holding her stomach, and gazed in the direction Stammering E had left, seeming lost in thought. She had just prepared quite a bit of homemade medicinal powder for Stammering E. Now, with sunshine becoming scarce, producing the powder became increasingly difficult. Barring that the main ingredient for the anti-diarrhea medicine was soil, the raw materials for anti-inflammatory medicine required herbs. But now, go back and rest. She'll be okay, Yu Hong said softly as he passed by her. I hope she can come back in time to see my child, Dr. Su said gently. They might become good friends. Yu Hong didn't say anything, turning to walk through the inner courtyard into the cave. Bang! The door closed. He took out the large pyroxene stone graphite powder again and began processing new radiation hand grenades. The air purifier was set in one corner. Besides that, all the gains from the outing were given to Stammering E. She didn't want them, but he had forced them upon her. Despite this, every time he thought about the level 8 Black Disaster Speedman they had just fought against, heavy concern welled up in his heart. Even they had fought so hard against it. What would happen if Stammering E's team encountered such a thing? Would they even have a chance at survival? Could ordinary folks really survive if they came across one of these? He sighed and focused on crafting a new radiation hand grenade, clearing his mind of distractions, and concentrated on his training. Time flowed on relentlessly. An entire night passed by in the blink of an eye. The next morning, after breakfast, Yu Hong discovered that there was little nutritional paste left in the basement. Thump thump. In the basement, he patted the container holding the nutritional paste and estimated there were about 25 tubes left inside. 5 people in the camp, and I need to consume 2 tubes a day to be satisfied. That means 6 tubes a day, and there are only 4 days worth left. Yu Hong closed the lid of the nutritional paste with a blank expression. Initially, he could have managed for a bit longer, but he had given some of the nutritional paste to Stammering E yesterday, leaving him with only these. He wasn't overly concerned and walked to the side to look at another box. Inside, dried mushrooms, dried cockroaches, dried lizards, and some wild grass roots were sorted and sealed inside plastic bags. These were the foodstuffs he had instructed old Zhou to collect and process. The stock here was roughly enough to sustain 6 people for a month. Reaching out, he separated some to keep as backup and placed his hand on the surface of the plastic bags, silently chanting in his heart. Fortify the nutritional paste, Direction: increase calories, enhance human absorption rate, transform into a long-preserving strategic food. Asterisk. Based on his past experience, as long as he envisioned what something should become, enhancing it would forcibly guide it in that direction. So all he needed was the desire for nutritional paste, and these items before him could be fortified into nutritional paste. Soon, a black line suddenly shot from the back of his hand into the food in the plastic bags. A mechanical voice from the black mark inquired, and Yu Hong affirmatively responded before letting go, watching the countdown appear. 7 days, 2 hours, 17 minutes. Asterisk, not bad. Asterisk, he could wait 7 days. It just so happened that building the stone castle would also take time. After confirming the countdown, Yu Hong headed up a level to get some dirty clothes to scrub, as there was no washing machine or detergent of any kind. He could only use hot water to wash them by hand, so it was hard to get rid of the stench of sweat. But thankfully, with the hot water system completed, the air in the cave became quite dry, letting the clothes dry quickly when hung up. In 10 minutes, he rapidly scrubbed his clothes and took care of his personal hygiene issues. He was just about to start training when the wooden door of the cave was knocked heavily. Knock, 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 knock. Boss, something's happened. It was old Zhou's voice. Yu Hong furrowed his brow, quickened his steps, and opened the door. What's the matter? Outside the door, Zhou Shuiguang was panting heavily, his forehead covered in sweat, lips pale, and even trembling slightly. His eyes were filled with terror, his muscles taut like steel wires about to snap. It's the mine, the pyroxene mine, Zhou Shuiguang shouted. Boss, the mine is depleted. No more mines? Yu Hong's eyes narrowed. The foundation of him establishing the camp here mainly rested on the nearby pyroxene mine, where they could mine and produce large pyroxene stone graphite powder anytime. Currently, all the defensive weapons in the camp came from large pyroxene powder. But now, Zhou Shuiguang was telling him that the pyroxene mine was depleted? Yu Hong looked to the others in the courtyard. Li Rushan had a grave expression, speaking quietly with his daughter, Izina, and he was already equipped for going out. Dr. Su stood dumbfounded by the inner courtyard wall, looking off into the distance, with Ding Xiao beside her, speaking softly. Usually, Dr. Su's mental state was far better than Ding Xiao's, so most of the time, she was the one consoling Ding. But this time, the roles seemed reversed. Ding Xiao was using a calm and composed demeanor to quietly comfort Dr. Su. Let's go check it out, Yu Hong said grimly, quickly donning his weapons and equipment, and let old Zhou lead the way to the pyroxene mine. He and old Zhou jogged along, breaking up several lurking shadows, and soon they reached the entrance of the pyroxene mine. Standing before the mine entrance, Yu Hong looked into the familiar openings one by one. Before, when he entered, the edges of these openings would litter with some whitish pyroxene mine sand. But now, he approached and squatted at the entrance, reaching out to grab a handful of fine sand. What was once white pyroxene sand had now completely turned black. With a gentle squeeze, the sand disintegrated and fell through his fingers. The expression beneath Yu Hong's helmet turned exceedingly dark. With one hand, he grabbed a radiation hand grenade and entered the mine. Originally, there were quite a few patches of less pure pyroxene on the walls of the cave, but now these pyroxene deposits all turned black. Yu Hong continued forward, taking out his atomic lamp and illuminating the way deeper into the mine. But no matter how far they ventured in, they didn't see a single piece of pyroxene. The two quickly exited the mine and attempted to check several other mines, yielding the same results. No pyroxene, not even low-purity pyroxene ores. The two stood in front of the mine, staring at the various sized openings, unmoving for a long time. The expression under Yu Hong's helmet was exceptionally grim. Without pyroxene, how much of the camp's defenses would remain? He speculated slightly about this possibility. Without pyroxene, there would be no more pyroxene talisman plates, no more vortex talisman plates, and no more concealing symbols. All required large pyroxene stone graphite powder to be effective. And what remained in the camp was the black wind protection array, which could still operate. The Black Lizard, 2. Could self-sustain by absorbing red value radiation to compensate for consumption. But the weapons were all gone. No radiation hand grenades, no pyroxene talisman plates. At that time, all external weapons and defensive tools would be completely restricted. Even with his inner chi and thunderbolt leg technique, he dared not venture out to scavenge for supplies without radiation hand grenades. What do we do now? Zhou Shuiguang's face revealed a faint trace of despair. Without pyroxene, it was almost a death sentence for ordinary people. He didn't know that the Black Wind Protection Array could self-recover by absorbing red values, or that the Black Lizard didn't require pyroxene consumption, nor was he aware that Yu Hong possessed inner chi, which could moderately counter the Black Disaster. All he knew was that without pyroxene, all weapons would fail. Even sunlight materials were extracted from the inner substances of pyroxene. Let's head back first. Yu Hong took a deep breath, feeling extremely grateful now that he had previously used the Black Mark to fortify the Black Lizard and the Black Wind Protection Array, as well as the wooden house structured with Vortex Talisman arrays. Otherwise, even the foundational security of the camp would be in question now. Don't worry. The equipment I set up previously doesn't really need further pyroxene investment anymore. Only radiation hand grenades and talisman plates will be affected. Yu Hong's words slightly reassured Zhou Shuiguang. The two quickly returned, not making a sound along the way. They soon reached the camp, and old Zhou went to explain to the others what he had seen, also summarizing Yu Hong's recent words. But despite his words, both Li Rushan and Ding Xiao felt a looming sense of doom. The two coordinated with Yu Hong, quickly starting to grind stones and build the stone castle as instructed. "Boss, are you sure it won't affect the camp?" Old Li asked in a low voice after working for a while, unable to suppress his doubts. "It won't. It will only affect going out. Rest assured on that front," Yu Hong stated with confidence. His composure clearly relieved the others. This sense of steadiness quickly spread to the remaining people, calming the worried camp once again. But only Yu Hong knew. Relying solely on the Black Wind Protection Array and the Black Lizard was inadequate to fend off high-risk black disasters. Without pyroxene and radiation hand grenades, the camp's defensive capabilities had substantially dropped. Yet he had no choice, so he had to at least keep everyone reassured for now. So, he kept working and fortifying the radiation hand grenades. In the following days, he continued to use up his stock of luminous stones, replenishing the unfortified radiation grenades back to 100 and then stopped. The remaining pyroxene would be entirely fortified into large pyroxene stone graphite powder once the food was enhanced and stored away. After completing everything the previous night, Yu Hong focused all his energy on training and building the stone castle. The progress of the stone castle was swift with his full participation, and they had now erected the basic 4 walls. Using a dry-lay method, the stone castle structure was centered around the array, layered in opposing rectangular blocks. The top used several meters long and wide thick stone slabs, placed as a frame, then coated with wet mud for waterproofing, and a layer of thinner, beveled stone tiles was laid on top to prevent water from collecting in one spot for too long. And thus, the roof was complete. The final step in construction was completed by Yu Hong. Chapter 166. Bad Behavior. At 12 o'clock noon, the sky was dim. He carried a freshly polished thick stone slab to the front of the stone castle door, gently set it down, and erected it fitting snugly into the doorway. This is the gate wall in front of the main entrance. He patted the 7 to 8 meter tall thick stone slab, the bottom of which was inserted into the foundation, and on either side. Old Li and Old Zhou had timely brought stones to stabilize and secure it, instantly making it firm. The stone castle was now completely finished. It was a rectangular gray-white stone castle that appeared somewhat ancient and primitive on the outside but, due to the use of solid pieces of stone, was very robust. Additionally, each of the bearing columns inside was made by Yu Hong himself. He first chiseled out a large, thick stone slab, then cut it into columns, and then dragged them over by hand to stand them up, filling the gaps in between with small stones and mud. Of course, these were just auxiliary pillars. The biggest bearing column inside the stone castle was more than 2 meters wide, 7 to 8 meters high, built up dry stone by stone block. This was the craftsmanship of Old Joe and Old Lee. It's done. Next is the ceiling work. You guys handle that. Make 2 more wooden ladders to use alternately. I am going to handle the air purification. Yu Hong stepped back, assessing the newly constructed stone castle. The stone castle was over 8 meters high, and both its length and width reached more than 10 meters, resembling a large block standing upright in the middle of the inner yard, occupying most of the area. The wooden houses originally in the yard were demolished and integrated into the inside of the stone castle, where new wooden rooms were built. Because some parts relied on rebuilt stone walls, there were surplus materials from the wooden houses, and Old Lee and others even built 2 more rooms, totaling 5 rooms. Inside the stone castle, apart from the bearing columns, there was nothing else but the 2-story hall. The second-floor hall had bedrooms, and these wooden rooms occupied almost half the space, leaving a small area as a common space. The first floor was entirely left open to arrange for breeding rooms, toilets, exercise rooms, and other functional rooms. Yu Hong, who had previously accumulated light bulbs, found a place to use them. Every layer of the common areas was equipped with hanging electric lamps. Water pipes were also temporarily public, and Old Lee even considered a drainage system design. Yu Hong admired the stone castle for a while, watching the rest of the people momentarily lighten their negative moods brought by the abandonment of the luminous stone mine. He returned to the cave, glanced at the countdown for the food reinforcement, and saw there was 1 more day before it finished. He simply sat cross-legged in the basement, quietly thinking about the next steps of development. After the radiation hand grenades and the air purifier are reinforced, I need to further enhance the defense array against black lizards and black wind. This time, it is a good opportunity to test my previous idea, using synthetic addition of new materials to continuously stack reinforcements on an object. Theoretically, the black mark couldn't reinforce an already reinforced object, but by adding new materials and changing it to synthetics, it could bypass this mechanism. This time, to greatly enhance defense capability, Yu Hong planned a maximum reinforcement. Maximum reinforcement meant using all his physical energy and focus to push reinforcement to its limits, as had been done previously with the Silver Talisman array. As for which to reinforce first between the Black Lizard and the Black Wind defense array, he hesitated. If the Black Lizard is enhanced, flexibility, mobility, and even the entire camp safe area could be expanded. However, Black Lizard is not suitable when facing large numbers of opponents. Last time, when Speedman attacked the camp, it proved ineffective. Enhancing the Black Wind defense array, on the other hand, would solidify the absolute safety of the current camp. This array is highly targeted against the dense type of Black Disaster and played a key role when dealing with the large number of shadows driven by Speedman last time. After thinking for a while, Yu Hong decided to reinforce the array first. First, ensure basic safety, then consider other things. Extreme reinforcement was bound to take a long time, and the only support during this period would come from the radiation hand grenades, the existing Black Lizards, and himself with his inner chi. At such a time of significantly reduced defensive power, Yu Hong's only hope was that no new severe Black Disaster would strike. Otherwise, the current camp would be in trouble. Asterisk. 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 The sky was overcast and gray. The gray was not a pure hue, but like an old rag repeatedly stained with innumerable impurities, perpetually dirty and uncleanable. In the northern part of Dongha, on the vast Qinchuan Plateau, the broad expanse of Lus was similarly tinted with a thin layer of gray by the sky. Amidst the earth's wrinkled skin-like layers stood a huge fortress entirely constructed of gray concrete. The top of the fortress was covered with high-strength synthetic glass to block rain and snow. Inside were gray buildings constructed connected to each other. Buzz. Along with a humming sound, a giant door slowly emerged and rose on one side of the fortress. A group of survivors, wrapped in luminous stone blankets, using wooden sticks as walking sticks, slowly and laboriously walked into the gate, undergoing checks by the fully armed protective personnel layer by layer inside. At the far end of the checkpoint, on the rooftop of a 5-story building, stood 2 tall men looking down. Both men were wearing full-body bulletproof suits, a model not available on the market, with the corner marked with the logo of the Aurora Laboratory. Their faces were hidden inside thick dark red helmets, invisible to others. Only their bear-like, bulky, and heavy suits conveyed a strong sense of oppression. "Has communication not been restored yet?" the slightly shorter man asked in a low voice. "We don't have much time left, and according to the satellite observation cloud map, of the 4 high-risk black disasters, 2 are already moving this way. Commander, the scope of the bad code's impact is too large. Although we have temporarily recovered, other bases might be caught off guard and attacked." The other person respectfully answered. "How many Dongha strongholds can we confirm still exist?" the person called the commander asked again. Before the high-risk black disaster outbreak, there were 74. Now, according to the special unmanned drone radar scans, only 42 remain. The main issue was the mass migration to the new Aurora City of the upper levels, which took too many various resources and weapons, causing the defense lines to collapse prematurely with too many casualties. Another person replied. "Based on my last communication results, have we located the underground nuclear base where Guanchao is?" The commander spoke up again. "We have located it. According to the detection, the red value radiation concentration inside has already reached over 800. With this concentration, it's impossible for anyone to have survived." This response silenced the commander. He had few friends. As people around him grew more fearful of him, as his rank became higher, and as the mutations in his body became more serious, even surpassing the laboratory's speculative progress. Now, no one at the stronghold dared to look up and talk to him. Guanchao, Wei Song were his only friends, and now, one of the two had vanished. "What about Yu Hong? We've confirmed the location of Baiqiu village. Can we make contact?" He paused, then asked. "This? I'm afraid not. That area is currently under the domain of a high-risk black disaster speedman. Moreover, there's also a highly dangerous insect man nearby. As you know, insect men are among the most dangerous types at level 8. They often live in groups similar to multi-eyed birds," the other hurriedly replied. "Make it quick. Yu Hong at Baiqiu village possesses a lot of valuable information and is a top-level research talent akin to myself. Have the lab increase the production of expulsion fluid. If that doesn't work, we'll just have to force our way through, even if it means more people will die," the commander said solemnly. "But the current output from the bait material extraction has already reached its limit. If we increase it more, I'm afraid it won't hold up," the other person said, troubled. "No matter. If it's not enough, we'll just capture more. In this world, as long as people can survive, many are willing to do anything." The commander suddenly raised his head, looking towards the distant city outskirts. On the distant yellow-gray land, a group of survivors riding motorcycles, with tattered cloaks of luminous stone flapping against the fierce wind, were making loud noises. This was a group of about 20 survivors. They had luminous stone cloaks, weapons, gear, food, and water. Clearly, these were people who had just escaped from a stronghold. But they were running for their lives now. 2 human-shaped figures composed entirely of gray-black small insects were rapidly chasing them from behind. Suddenly, one of the figures dashed forward, its body dispersing into a cloud of insects, and in an instant, swooped over 2 people on motorcycles. The 2 screamed, their bodies inflating rapidly like balloons, growing larger, and then, boom! In just a few seconds, their bodies exploded, releasing large numbers of black-gray small insects. These small insects quickly formed a new insect man. "Insect men are here, close the gate," the commander said calmly. "Send out Blood Induction Team 9 with expulsion fluid to lead them away." "Team 9 has already been wiped out, Commander." "Then send Team 8, and later you'll reorganize Team 9 from the newcomers," the commander stated calmly. "To get food, water, and medicine, they'll have to gamble with their lives." Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Yu Hong carefully watched the countdown on the food box nearing its end. Inside the wooden box used to store dried meat and wild vegetables, a dark red countdown timer was just about 1 minute away from ending. Cough, cough. Yu Hong himself suddenly couldn't help but cough twice. His throat suddenly felt itchy, which made him frown, feeling something was wrong. Even I can't withstand it anymore? This air. He thought he wouldn't need a breathing valve, but now, just then, the wooden box suddenly blurred for a moment. When it cleared up, the food inside had completely changed. Tubes of nutrition paste, just like before, were stored in the wooden box, wrapped in light blue plastic-sealed packaging. The usual instruction label was placed on the surface. Yu Hong picked it up and read, "Nutrition paste, also known as comprehensive multifunctional meal replacement paste. An adult only needs to consume 1 tube daily to supplement all necessary nutritional elements." It worked! He sighed with relief, quickly counted, and found exactly 600 tubes in the box, a neat number sufficient for 6 adults to consume for 3 months. Calculating the output boost from before, 1 month's food was enhanced to last for 3 months. Next is the air purifier. After confirming the nutrition paste was fine, probably another copy from Black Mark, Yu Hong quickly moved to the purifier. The stone castle was built, the food crisis temporarily resolved, now to deal with the air problem. He extended his hand and pressed it on the purifier. Enhanced purification system. Target. Filter and detect airborne substances harmful to the human body, specifically targeting the special substances causing coughs in the current outside air. Yu Hong didn't know what was causing the coughs, but he decided to try pointing the black mark directly at it. As long as he could promptly resolve the air issue, he could begin his extreme enhancement plan. After all, the array was the key to the camp's security. Chapter 167, Harsh Conditions. As Yu Hong's consciousness took control, quickly the black line flowed out and entered the purifier. The questioning voice of the black mark rang out, and he promptly confirmed it. A countdown emerged. 3 days 8 hours 09 minutes. 3 days? Yu Hong sighed in relief. Asterisk. Not bad. It's acceptable. Asterisk. He coughed softly, let go of the handle, went up to the first floor, and found a breathing valve helmet to wear, using the valve to help him breathe. After a while, his coughing noticeably lessened. Asterisk. It's indeed the air that's problematic. Having confirmed the enhancement time for the air purifier according to previous judgments, the fact that the black mark could enhance it meant this problem could be solved. Yu Hong decided to exit the cave and went to the inner courtyard. In the inner courtyard, everyone was no longer active outside and had all entered the new stone castle to work inside. The massive stone castle blocked the light from the cave, but Yu Hong didn't mind, as there was hardly any light now, with only a little bit of sunshine each day, which was indifferent. He came to the wooden door of the stone castle. The stone castle door was round, like a plug, very thick and secure. Knock, knock, knock. He knocked on the door. The wooden door was pushed open from the inside, revealing old Zhou's face wearing a breathing valve. "Boss, I was just thinking about when to find you," Zhou Shuaguang said with some surprise. "I'm here to inform everyone that the air purifier is seeing progress. It should be operational in about 3 days to improve everyone's air. We should finalize the last passage," Yu Hong said solemnly. The one linking the lab to the stone castle. With only one air purifier, he didn't intend to enhance multiple machines. Sharing the purified air was the most economical use, especially now that it was necessary to quickly enhance the camp's array. Zhou Shuaguang nodded, unhesitatingly affirming, "That won't be a problem. We're ready to start anytime." "That's good. Now let's talk about your business. What did you want to discuss with me?" Yu Hong asked. Zhou Shuaguang hesitated, lowered his head, and sighed. "Boss, I've talked with Old Li and the others. The camp can't be without luminous stones, so I hope to go out and check other luminous stone mining locations." Yu Hong frowned, scrutinizing him closely. After a few seconds of silence, he slowly spoke. "You were one of those who escaped from the front lines. You know what it's like out there, and there's a real chance you might not come back. So, are you sure?" Searching for other luminous stone mines was an idea he had considered too, but only if the black mark's enhancement of the array's effect was unsatisfactory. He hadn't expected old Zhou and the others to also be discussing it, let alone deciding to explore. This surprised him, Zhou Shuiguang said helplessly. The truth is, there's also partly a personal reason. I want to visit my hometown and see my family. Yu Hong immediately understood. I remember when I first met you, you said only those who survive have the right to think about other things. So, have you made up your mind? At that time, on the highway, he had saved old Zhou from Du Chengtao, a fully enhanced human. Not much time had passed. It seemed that seeing Li Russian return thriving from a trip stirred something in his heart. Boss, you've never asked about my family's situation. Have you? Zhou Shuiguang said. Come out to talk. Yu Hong sighed. From old Zhou's eyes, he saw that the latter had considered it for a long time before making this decision. The two of them left the entrance of the stone castle and went to one side of the wall, leaning against the tall, thick rock wall to stand. Yu Hong felt the relentless effort of the black lizards, continuously driving away and killing the approaching shadows, before looking at the deeply troubled old Zhou. Here is fine, he said. Zhou Shuiguang nodded, resting his back against the stone wall, decorated with concealing symbols and luminous stone talismans. I have 2 children, twins, and they're 8 years old this year. My wife and mother are taking care of them. Before I went to the front line, they were settled near our local Big Hope city as military family members, but later, when the front line collapsed, I'm not sure how they are now. He paused. I want to go back and see. While searching for other luminous stone mines, just along the way, he seemed afraid that Yu Hong would disagree, so he mentioned the luminous stone mines first, with a hint of caution in his tone. Go then, Yu Hong said calmly. I have no reason to stop you. Hand over the matters at the camp properly, and if there's no problem, just drive out. Just remember that the sunlight is getting shorter, leaving little time for solar charging, which might require more time to return. Boss! Zhou Shuiguang was a bit surprised. He had been prepared to present more reasons, not expecting Yu Hong to agree so easily. When are you leaving? Yu Hong asked. As soon as possible. Is it because of the air? Partly, and also because of the luminous stones. Old Zhou nodded. Yu Hong fell silent. The air was getting worse. The luminous stone mines were depleting. The sunlight was shortening. All these steps marked the world decaying further. Hope was diminishing, becoming increasingly dim. Under immense pressure, perhaps old Zhou had long been ready to face death, or maybe he just wanted to fulfill his only regret, to see his family in the end. Even Yu Hong was speechless at this moment. For even with the black mark, he couldn't be sure he would survive this calamity. After all, the black disaster was not just level 9. There were even higher war-level terrors. The camp now was simply too small to attract those high-level black disasters. Once, if they accidentally crossed paths with a high-level black disaster passing by, before the camp matured, one careless step and he, along with everyone in the camp, could die. After agreeing with old Zhou, he quickly packed his things, bringing along equipment, firearms, tools, resources, and enough boiled water. He handed over the camp situation to old Li. Originally, he intended to finish the linking passage before leaving, but Yu Hong waved him off to leave quickly. Building the passage, an extra hand like old Zhou's wasn't of much help anyway. The next morning, under Li Russian's father and daughter's watch, Zhou Shuiguang drove away from the camp, following the forest path Yu Hong had just cleared, heading outwards. All over the car's exterior were new concealing symbols, something Yu Hong had strengthened overnight for him. These symbols covered the whole car, substantially reducing its presence. Along with the electric car's naturally low sound, safety was significantly increased. Besides, he also promised that if Zhou Shuiguang found his family, he was allowed to bring them back to the camp. At the outer courtyard barrier, Ding Xiao and Dr. Su also watched the car leave. Wish him a safe journey, Ding Xiao said softly. Dr. Su didn't speak, simply caressing her growing belly, within which, hiding beneath clothing, a blurry human face had quietly emerged. The face's lips moved, also watching the direction of the departing car. Soon, it turned slightly to Yu Hong's direction, lingered for a few seconds, and then slowly faded, returning to the belly's depths. Both of them were completely unaware of this. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Several dozen kilometers away from Black Wind Camp, in an abandoned small village, the rare large sun broke through the fog and shone upon the village's sole open space. The stone-paved open space currently hosted a burly, large military transport vehicle. The vehicle was draped in camouflage, with light machine guns mounted on both sides, and layers of patched luminous stone blankets covered the surroundings. From afar, it resembled a worn-out vehicle wearing raggedy, patched black clothes. Inside the vehicle, Schweningning and her group were dumbfounded, watching the recently returned Stammering E. This short, 5-foot-tall figure was piled with items up to 6 feet. She had a tall, large canvas bag strapped to her back, 7 or 8 big bags hanging in front, a paint bucket in her left hand, and a large bucket of water in her right. Additionally, she had a large bundle of rope-tied bulletproof vests on her head, with weapons and a helmet hanging from either side. Schweningning looked at Lin Yi, who had squeezed into the vehicle, momentarily pointing speechlessly at her. "Lin Yi, did you go on a looting spree?" Oli blurted out what everyone wanted to say. "You, Hong, force, stuff, me I don't want still forced. Hang on me, up." Lin Yi, through the breathing valve, spoke in a muffled voice, her face full of helplessness. Everyone in the vehicle was silent. Your friend is doing well, huh?" Oli laughed dryly. "So much stuff still shoved onto you, really nice." Schweningning and Fang Shijun exchanged glances, understanding that in times like these, someone willing to vehemently load Stammering E with so many things was undoubtedly a true friend to her. Without a doubt, having such a friend was something anyone would fiercely envy, especially when that friend was a capable individual. Looking at these supplies, it was clear this Yu Hong was no simple character. Those bundles of bulletproof vests had bloodstains, and those food supplies. Such excellent items weren't something an ordinary person could casually give away. The group fell silent for a moment, quickly elevating the importance of Stammering E in their minds once again. If before they were kind to her because she'd saved everyone, now, besides that gratitude, it seemed there was another layer of regard for her. "Come, share with everyone." Stammering E didn't know what they were thinking. She was mentally challenged. She could understand simple things, but not complicated ones. "Okay, let me inventory it." Chen Xiaoxing coughed twice, stepped forward, and said softly. That's about all he could help with, some manageable chores. As he began checking the items while occasionally asking Stammering E for corresponding information, gradually the other people inside the vehicle began to be astonished again. Sunshine paint? An enhanced sunshine paint? So much in one bucket? Schweningning pressed a hand to the paint bucket, utterly incredulous. Other than military research institutes, how did anyone manage to get sunshine paint materials from a base in the wild these days? And it's enhanced? What kind of mythical story is this? Even less prestigious research institutions can't easily obtain this, barely qualifying for the old model is already rare. Now, Stammering E told them these were Yu Hong's self-researched and modified formulas. Is it fake? That was the first thought Schweningning and others had. But even if it were fake, the rest of it, the few looked at the items Stammering E laid on the vehicle floor. Enhanced detectors, a large bundle of bulletproof vests, nutritional paste meat jerky, and drinkable water alongside things resembling grenades called radiation hand grenades. There were also other miscellaneous drugs, tools, luminous stone boards, and so on. Yu Hong even wanted to give me such a big, large bundle. She gestured with a very large motion. I didn't take. She panted. Couldn't carry anymore. She wiped sweat from her brow, sighing. Everyone, is this the equivalent of a humble brag? Chapter 166. Awful Behavior. The group of people had nothing to say. There's also a pamphlet here, it's intelligence. Black disaster intelligence. Chen Xiaoxing suddenly exclaimed. Intelligence. In this world, perhaps the most important thing was the intelligence on the Black Disaster. Who would have thought that even this was considered by Yu Hong? Everyone's hearts skipped a beat, and they all crowded around, looking at the pamphlet that Chen Xiaoxing had flipped through. Stammering Yi was squeezed in the middle, with everyone's big heads hovering next to her. They all wore the breathing valves they had just been given, their eyes piercingly focused on the pamphlet. The big heads pressed together created an inexplicable oppressive feeling. Swish! The first page of the pamphlet was flipped open. I am Yu Hong, and this is a record, primarily based on my personal experience, of all the Black Disaster information I have faced. From low level to high level, from blood-tide blood ticks to elephant worms. All the Black Disasters I have experienced will be presented here. As the pages continue to turn, blood ticks, big skin, small multi-eyed birds, large multi-eyed birds, elephant worms, shadows, speech people, speed people, back-to-back people, intermittent people. The information about various Black Disasters was detailed in the pamphlet, and it also included a rough estimation of the red value strength range. The group gasped occasionally as they read. They were not only amazed by the pamphlet's content but also grateful for their luck and fortune in encountering certain Black Disasters in the past. Looking back, it seemed that they had all been dancing on the edge of a knife, with mere moments separating life and death. Yu Hong said in the future could go to him their resupply, shelter, exchange. Stammering Yi stuttered and added, "What a boss!" Slap. Xuaningning gave Oli a hard slap on the thigh. "Why did you hit me?" Oli cried out in pain, snapping out of her shock. "I thought it was my leg," Xuaningning sighed. Oli's face twisted, not just in pain, but also in frustration. She dared to get angry with Stammering Yi, but not with the captain. "It's true. Good people are rewarded. Yi, you're actually the most successful among us." Xuaningning lightly patted Stammering Yi on the arm. The force of the slap was much lighter than the previous one.
Oli.
She wanted to get angry with Stammering Yi, but when she looked at the pile of things laid out on the ground, slap, she turned and slapped Chen Xiaoxing. "Hey, why did you hit me?" Chen Xiaoxing cried out in pain. "I thought it was my hand," Oli said with a blank face. "All right, you two. Time to get to work. Let's paint the car with this paint first." Xuaningning started giving orders. "Stammering Yi and I will." Oli habitually began to speak. Slap. Her forehead received a hard slap. Looking up, she saw that it was Fang Shijun who hit her. "What's Stammering Yi? Call her boss." Fang Shijun said solemnly. "No, call her sister Yi." Chun Xinji, standing beside Fang Shijun, laughed. "From now on, call her sister Yi," Xuaningning declared with a wave of her hand, setting it in stone. Bringing back so many good things from a trip, she's not just a sister. She's a beam of light. The dawn of salvation. Everyone was laughing joyously, except for Stammering Yi, who felt a bit confused, unsure of what they were laughing at. But when she saw everyone laughing, she laughed too. Enon, watching the scene from the side, sighed silently. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. 3 days later. Boom! A massive tremor, like an earthquake, came continuously from a distant place. Yu Hong was startled awake inside the mountain cave. PFF. He suddenly opened his eyes, sat up, and looked around vigilantly. He quickly realized that the entire cave was trembling, shaking slightly. Asterisk, what's going on? Asterisk, he furrowed his brows, wriggled out of his sleeping bag, quickly put on his enhanced suit, and dashed out of the cave. In the inner courtyard of the camp, Li Rushan, his daughter, Dr. Su, and Ding Xiao all came out of their rooms one after another. Ding Xiao was about to knock on the door to remind him when he saw Yu Hong coming out. "Did an earthquake occur?" Yu Hong asked in a deep voice. They all shook their heads and looked up at the sky. Yu Hong followed their gaze, looking in the same direction. This look took him by surprise. It was just past 5 in the morning, a time when it usually remained dark. Yet at this moment, a white light lit up the distant horizon. Most of the sky was still dark, with only the direction facing the camp showing a line of faint white light. The white light illuminated the black clouds at the horizon, painting them the same pale white. For a moment, the light forcibly transformed the sky into what it would look like at sunrise. "What is that?" Ding Xiao murmured softly. This question was not just hers, but also asked by the others in the camp. But no one knew. Even the worldly and experienced Old Li couldn't explain the scene. The white light in the sky persisted for more than half a minute before slowly fading and disappearing. The sky returned to its previous darkness. Yu Hong felt the ground shake, calming down, yet a sense of unease lingered in his heart. He wasn't sure why he felt this way, but he had a vague sense it might be related to the white light and the tremor just now. "Everyone go back to sleep. It's not daylight yet," he instructed in a deep voice. "I remembered something." Li Rushan suddenly spoke, catching everyone's attention immediately. "I remembered what that light and tremor might be," he said with a grave expression. The others focused their attention on him, waiting for his answer. Yu Hong was also staring at him. "Does it affect our camp?" he asked earnestly. "It might or it might not." Li Rushan couldn't give a definitive answer. He paused. "That's Vlika's giant god bomb. I've seen that kind of light and tremor at the post office once before." "What's a giant god bomb?" Yu Hong asked. He knew about Vlika, the world's strongest nation alongside the East River. The initial outbreak of the Black Disaster first occurred in Vlika. The first generation of Aurora City and the now-destroyed Silver Tower were also established within Vlika. "It's a hydrogen bomb. A super-powerful hydrogen bomb."
Li Rushan replia.
Yu Hong fell silent. He looked again in the direction of where the white light had appeared. After a long silence, he slowly opened his mouth to speak. This suggests that there might still be many people alive in that direction. The United Forces might also still be around. But who knows what kind of black disaster requires a giant god bomb, the ultimate human weapon. Hydrogen bombs were known as man-made suns, wielding the power of the sun. He couldn't fathom what kind of black disaster would necessitate such a weapon. However, this explosion further heightened Yu Hong's concerns about the camp's safety. Returning to the cave, he focused and continued practicing the Thunderbolt leg technique for a while. Naturally, the seventh stream of inner chi quietly converged successfully. These days, he had been diligently practicing inner chi. After optimizing with the infinite chi condensing technique, the cultivation speed of the Thunderbolt leg technique had increased significantly. He was now unknowingly close to breaking through to the third layer. Nonetheless, the progress in his own cultivation still lagged far behind the increasing danger outside. It was only the arrays and mysterious symbols that could quickly form combat power that Yu Hong truly relied on. After gathering the seventh stream of inner chi in the second layer, Yu Hong did not linger. He headed to the basement to check the almost complete enhancement of the air purifier. On the purifier's white surface, the dark red countdown numbers showed only 5 minutes remaining. He simply sat cross-legged nearby, patiently waiting. Asterisk this time, I must enhance the black wind protection array as much as possible to ensure the basic safety of the camp. It's best to incorporate the newly acquired concealing symbol. Combine it with the inner courtyard wall, integrating the wall into the array. Asterisk. Watching the countdown, he pondered the details for the upcoming enhancement in his mind. Not long after 5 minutes had passed, the air purifier flashed momentarily, blurring. When it cleared up again, the object had transformed significantly. The previously white body had deformed and shrunk into a cylindrical single-tub washing machine shape. The LCD on the side of the machine was still there, displaying various indicators at the moment. Yu Hong moved closer, carefully reading these indicators. Dust particle detection, toxic gas detection, radiation detection, oxygen level detection, humidity, temperature, pressure value, purification time, airflow. He picked up the power cord and plugged it into the outlet on the wall. Ding dong. A light sound indicated the new purifier began operating on its own, conducting tests, with the LCD screen lighting up in a glaring red light. Both the dust particle and toxic gas detections displayed critical pollution warnings. The machine began purifying automatically. A whooshing airflow was expelled from the top of the machine, spreading around the room. The air suddenly took on a fresh, forest-like scent. Not bad. Yu Hong nodded slightly, no longer paying attention to it. As long as it resolved the air quality issue, it was fine. The key next was the array. Leaving the machine running, he headed up to the first floor, grabbed a large stack of concealing symbol plates, opened the door, and stepped outside, arriving in the empty inner courtyard. No one was in the inner courtyard. Everyone else continued resting, with only one external lamp hanging outside, casting faint white light to deter any possible blood-tied black insects. Yu Hong crouched down, gently pressing on the ground. Enhance the black wind protection array. In his mind, he regarded the surrounding wall and the newly crafted concealing symbol plates as a whole, simultaneously strengthening them. Direction: increase damage against black disasters. Enhance array's energy storage capacity. Expand array's coverage area. Extreme reinforcement. Power, quantity, and size determined how strong the array's opponents could be, how many there were, and the buffer zone it created. Enhance the black wind protection array. The inquiry from the black mark arrived. Yu Hong took a deep breath, prepping himself. Yes. He firmly responded. Hiss! Instantly, the black mark on his hand back swirled like a vortex, forcibly drawing all his energy and spirit. A massive amount of effort flooded into the black mark, incessantly at rapid speed. Eventually, Yu Hong could barely hold on, releasing a stream of inner chi, instantly rejuvenating himself, only to be absorbed once again. Repeating this process continuously, until the last seventh stream of inner chi was completely exhausted. With a thud, Yu Hong sat on the ground, panting, dizzy, and the black mark's devouring ended. A dark red countdown timer surfaced on the ground, only visible to him. 17 days, 9 hours, and 17 minutes. Getting up, Yu Hong reached out to steady himself against the stone wall. Asterisk single array reinforcements will only become increasingly difficult, and consumption increasingly substantial. After this, I probably should consider strategies involving multiple overlapping arrays. Asterisk, for instance, using the black wind protection array as the main offensive, supported by slowing arrays, weakening arrays, illusion arrays. If only I could develop something akin to automatic defense towers. Myriad tower defense games I'd played in the past. Asterisk. Chapter 169, Planning. 17 days of intensive training felt incredibly long. But Yu Hong knew he had no choice. Without replenishments from the luminous stone mines, if he couldn't find new sustainable resources to combat the black disaster, all he could rely on was the black mark to blindly devise stronger methods. Otherwise, everyone in the camp would die. Perhaps ultimately, only he could barely escape with his inner chi. But in such harsh conditions, should he encounter any dangerous black disaster while escaping without the camp's protection, his death was certain. The camp provided a warm domicile, clean and nutritious food, and there was no need to live in fear and sleep restlessly every day. Also, because of the ample energy at Black Wind Camp, they could use light to repel the troublesome blood-tide blood ticks. Looking back, the blood ticks and blood tide that we initially encountered seemed like harmless stones. Compared to the later black disasters, they are insignificant. Yu Hong, weakened, leaned against the stone wall, gasping for air, and thought to himself. Taking advantage of the time his inner chi was recovering, he got up, took a sip of water, and went upstairs. He glanced outside. The sky beyond the wooden door was pitch black, with no moonlight visible. He sat down at the wooden table, picked up a newly enhanced nutrition paste, and tore it open to eat. The chili nutrition paste tasted somewhat like seafood meat porridge, and it was pretty good, fresh and tasty. After swallowing a few bites, Yu Hong rinsed his mouth with water and his gaze involuntarily fell on the communicator. He thought for a moment, got up, and went down to the basement to take a large portion of the enhanced nutrition paste out, delivered them to Old Lee's place, then quickly returned and sat back at the wooden table. He lightly touched the communicator, a hint of hesitation showing on his face. Is it only my area's luminous stone mine that has problems? Or are other places also? This doubt continuously lingered in his mind. As time slowly passed, and after his inner chi had completely recovered, Yu Hong decisively took a radiation hand grenade to one side and finally pressed the power button of the communicator. Snap! Instantly, a faint sound of electricity hissing came from the speaker. Yu Hong rotated the frequency tuning knob, attentively listening for any slight noise that might emerge. Before long, suddenly a voice of someone speaking flashed through the speaker. Yu Hong hurriedly rotated it back. If this continues daily, our manpower won't last much longer. Fewer people are willing to become blood attractors. Some have even started to desperately resist. A familiar female voice was heard. It was Wei Song. Yu Hong instantly remembered, followed by the sound of another male voice. The moment the male voice spoke, he recognized it as Zhang Kaijun. Zhang Kaijun's voice was highly distinctive, detached, indifferent, harsh, like a clump of icy dregs, devoid of emotion. Then use them to make the extraction fluid matrix. He spoke indifferently. This round of black disaster has already formed a general fixed range. High-level black disasters won't move their domains at random. Before forming, my researchers found that they could be guided in advance to fix their territories in farther, more remote places. If these people aren't willing to make sacrifices to explore routes even at such a crucial time, they will be of no use afterward, and turning them all into matrices is their only end. That's too extreme. Wei Song sighed. Extraordinary times require extraordinary measures. This topic can stop now. Besides, long time no see, Yu Hong. Zhang Kaijun's voice changed, greeting Yu Hong, who just connected. Indeed, it has been a long time. Previously, I attempted to access the channel, but encountered a black disaster that could invade and attack from the communicator. Being able to contact others, Yu Hong felt a great sense of relief. Zhang Kaijun and the others were his only channels to understand the external world in this isolated era. And Guan Chao is now. He began to speak. His underground base has already been abandoned. The red radiation value inside severely exceeds standards. It's impossible for anyone to survive. Zhang Kaijun replied. He paused for a moment, then continued. Yu Hong, how's the situation over there? It's troublesome. I've encountered a very dangerous situation here, Yu Hong said solemnly. My base is built near a luminous stone mine, but now, I went mining the other day and I found that the entire luminous stone mine had completely turned black. It's gone. Those disgusting rats have been there. Wei Song couldn't help raising his tone. It was the Misha family. I knew it. Damn. These bastards. I'll catch them someday and flay them. She suddenly became furious, and a myriad of curses and filthy words burst from her mouth. All the luminous stone mines in the East River are mostly gone, said Zhang Kaijun, relatively calm. Fortunately, I established a large fortress early and collected a large amount of luminous stone in advance. The stockpile should last me for decades. He paused to give Yu Hong time to digest the information. Yu Hong, you are talented. Why don't you come here? Without luminous stone, your camp cannot hold, and you will eventually have to relocate. Here, aside from luminous stone, we also have an extraction fluid that has effects comparable to those of luminous stone. Extraction fluid?
Yuan Froned, puzzled.
What is that? It's the main material developed here to deal with the black disaster, Zhang Kaijun replied. Humans can absorb red value. Why does the black disaster chase living people? Have you considered this question? I guess not. I recruited more than 10 high-level researchers from Silver Tower, who, through research and extraction, found a key substance in the human body that attracts the black disaster. They extracted this substance at a high concentration. Just a small amount can make the black disaster mistake it for a living person, thus luring it elsewhere. Additionally, based on the extraction fluid, we have also developed an expulsion fluid, which was completed based on a major project before the collapse of Silver Tower. Similarly, the expulsion fluid is derived from the negative radiation of luminous stone. It utilizes trace components of luminous stone to extract the content most repugnant to the black disaster. This expulsion fluid works well on all black disasters with red value under 1000. If sprayed on oneself in advance, it can make the black disaster mistake a person for a large luminous stone, and hence stay away from the human body. The advantage of the expulsion fluid is that it doesn't consume much luminous stone. It just needs to mimic the radiation fluctuations of luminous stone and simultaneously mask the body's own fluctuations to achieve the effect of repelling the black disaster, and its use time is extremely long. Extraction fluid and expulsion fluid. Listening to Zhang Kaijun's descriptions, Yu Hong was genuinely impressed. Both substances were not developed for direct confrontation. It seemed that the existing survivor strongholds also understood that hiding and repelling were better choices than fighting. Why isn't it effective on high-risk black disasters above 1000? Yu Hong asked. Because we suspect that high-risk black disasters have developed a certain primary intelligence. Zhang Kaijun's reply was blunt and straightforward. What do you think? Wanna come over? Your place is currently covered by clouds of radiation from speedmen and insect men. If you can hold on during this period, I can send someone to pick you up. No need. Given the distance, no one can guarantee that there won't be any problems. Yu Hong flatly refused, as he naturally couldn't just abandon the camp he'd been building for so long. That's all right, since you managed to open communication now, it means you can still stand your ground, Zhang Kaijun said calmly. Considering the black disaster intelligence you provided earlier, I will also offer you the intelligence on the black disaster malcodes for free. He cleared his throat. No matter what method you use to contact us, isolating malcodes is actually simple. It uses the principle of the pyroxene secret room, which places the communicator into a similar high-concentration negative radiation environment like the pyroxene secret room. The denser the negative radiation surrounding the communicator, the less it will be attacked by malcodes. Moreover, I also have some intelligence on insect men. He continued to describe the communal nature of insect men as well as their various abilities. Yu Hong similarly shared his own intelligence on speedmen. The two sides achieved mutual assistance in terms of intelligence sharing. Witnessing this, Wei Song also offered some black disaster intelligence she had encountered. Although far from as valuable as the others, it still filled in some gaps. By the way, the relocation of Aurora City is complete, and the national broadcast has resumed synchronization, Zhang Kaijun reminded. After you finish with us here, Yu Hong, you might want to tune in and listen. All right. Is the frequency still M500? Yu Hong asked. Yes, it hasn't changed. Now is still in a 24-hour loop, Zhang Kaijun answered. The senior officials are nothing but cowards. They prematurely withdrew so many troops, causing so many deaths. Wei Song clenched her teeth. So there was a coup inside Aurora City. Now the commander of the East River United Forces is someone else pushed forward by another group, Zhang Kaijun said. The cowards from before were mostly killed. The coup almost burst out just as Aurora City was closing, likely premeditated. I understand, the current situation only allows us to concentrate our forces to preserve the seed. But Wei Song's voice trailed off. Before the Black Disaster outbreak, East River had 1.9 billion people. How many are left now? Maybe not even tens of millions. With such a dire situation, they still thought about gathering troops to protect themselves and escape first. Really? Don't they know that soldiers have families too? Zhang Kaijun unusually showed a hint of scornful emotion. Maybe they're just too scared, Yu Hong added faintly. The relocation of Aurora City cost so many lives in Baihe City. Although he had no personal or close relationship with that area, he still empathized with the demise of innocent lives and felt the same disgust towards those so-called high-level officials. The three of them, via the communicator, exchanged some more intelligence on air contamination. Wei Song shared her experience in creating air filter patches, using wood and some special soil and stones, combined with water to cleanse and reuse the polluted breathing valve filter patches in repeated use. These were all proven experiences, and Yu Hong took notes meticulously, gaining a great deal, especially regarding the dangers his camp might face going forward. he learned from Zhang Kaijun that insect men attacks were most likely. As for the radiation strength of speed men, it was still slowly increasing but fixed in one location. However, insect men were quickly approaching from 3 directions. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye, and even when the channel closed, Yu Hong was still reluctant to end the conversation. He put down his pen and stretched his hands. Recalling Zhang Kaijun's earlier suggestion, he quickly stood up and gathered a pile of reconfigurable vortex talisman plates. These were the talisman plates he redesigned after learning that the Luminous Stone Mine was gone. Chapter 170. Planning. He picked up a piece. The talisman plate was only the size of a palm, circular, with a folding line at the center, allowing it to be folded. This type of talisman array in its complete state would absorb red value for storage. In its folded state it would release negative radiation, making it a reusable great item. Apart from needing to visit him a few times to reapply the ink lines, there were no other drawbacks. Picking up these improved vortex talisman plates, Yu Hong folded one first. Puff! Instantly, a wave of negative radiation swept over the communicator, completely enveloping it. Yu Hong watched the ever-active red value detector, keeping an eye on the changes in the negative radiation, then used one hand to adjust the communicator's knob, jumping to AM 500. Soon, a clear male broadcast voice emanated from the speaker. As long as a negative radiation environment is created within a short time, it can confirm whether the channel tuned on the communicator will suffer from a malicious code attack. Yu Hong folded and released another vortex talisman plate, letting the powerful negative radiation cover the surroundings and the communicator. Then, he focused his attention on the national broadcast's male voice. This is the Eastern River People's Broadcasting Station. According to the new prediction provided by the Aurora City Research Center, it is predicted that in the next 3 months, the sun will no longer rise. Daylight will no longer be upon us. According to the peaks and troughs of the red value concentration, the research center has divided a day into 2 parts, black time and gray time. When the sun ceases to rise entirely, all survivors are urged to remember the time division to take targeted actions. Black time starts at midnight and goes until about 1400 hours the next afternoon. The likelihood of encountering a black disaster during this time is very high, and more dangerous black disasters prefer to strike in this environment. Gray time is between 1600 hours and 1700 hours each day, approximately 1 hour, and is relatively safer than black time. Research indicates that most black disasters choose not to strike at this time. The rest of the time is disordered, safer than black time but not as safe as gray time. Yu Hong listened quietly, noting down this information, which did not yet seem useful, but if combined and verified later, could still be effective, signifying positive changes for Aurora City, at least continuing to aid in everyone's survival. Regarding the weather forecast, that is all for now. Moving on to the national announcement from Aurora City. All current secure locations willing to accept survivors can apply for airdrop supply support through the following methods, and join the trade network of trade airdrops. The broadcast sounded promising, but how could one contact Aurora City? It was a one-way broadcast. How many would have two-way communication devices? And under these circumstances, who would truly trust the broadcast from this station? Airdrop supplies? Would Aurora City be so altruistic, not seeking anything in return? It seemed impossible. These days, venturing outside was fraught with life-threatening dangers. Turning off the communicator, Yu Hong stood up, and after his inner chi was restored, he went out to the stone castle, about to push the door open. Suddenly, he saw Ding Xiao still jumping in place in the outer courtyard, apparently exercising. He thought for a moment, walked over, and left the outer courtyard. "How's your recovery?" "Pretty good, boss. When can I start the mission?" Ding Xiao was still living outside the stone castle, not qualified to rest inside. The wooden shack was her only residence. In essence, Yu Hong had not yet accepted her. "I've already met my friend, so the mission's content needs to be changed," Yu Hong said calmly. "You say?" Ding Xiao replied calmly, clearly having anticipated this. "Find new mysterious symbols." Yu Hong reinstated the original request as the mission. "I'll give you a detector. You can take it, along with supplies and equipment, to other relics to search for more unique symbols. Isn't that too far? Ding Xiao frowned. I can give you the location information of other strongholds and can provide weapons and equipment. I know the mission is difficult, but no one in the camp is more suitable than you. Yu Hong was right. Ding Xiao was a speedman, the second fastest strong individual in the camp after Yu Hong. Her speed was evident in her instantaneous reactions and sustained running endurance. Indeed, she was the best candidate for this mission. Will finding new symbols solve the intermittent problem with the luminous stone mines? Ding Xiao asked. Maybe, maybe not, I don't know. What I can assure you is that Black Wind Camp will persist, even without luminous stones. I have other ways to stabilize this place, Yu Hong said calmly. If possible, he would actually prefer to go himself, but he couldn't. Leaving would surely compromise the safety of the camp. Think it over. He patted Ding Xiao's shoulder and turned to leave. Next, Yu Hong shared the information from the communicator with the others, and amid their stunned reactions, they all began rushing to go out and stockpile materials. Dr. Su made medical powders, Li Rushan gathered wild vegetables and special soils, and Izina also learned to weave small bags out of dry grass, doing what she could. Days passed. Each day, as Yu Hong awaited the end of his enhancement process, he continued to focus on practicing the Thunderbolt leg technique. Soon, the 8th inner chi also consolidated, just one step away from a minor physical transformation that would allow him entry to the 3rd layer. After another 2 days, as Yu Hong began to look forward to breaking through to the 3rd layer of the Thunderbolt leg technique, there was a stir in the secondary safety zone outside the camp. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. In the gloomy forest, 3 figures in black-gray cloaks, covering their entire bodies, were jogging, dodging something in the woods. They dared not make a sound, only their heavy breaths uncontrollably escaping. They occasionally looked back. It was extremely fast, covering 10 meters in an instant, quickly catching up with the last person. The luminous stone cloak that the person wore was torn apart, revealing the sturdy black bulletproof suit underneath. But the suit seemed completely useless. The black human figure suddenly blurred and disappeared on the spot. Boom! At the same time, the person it caught up with groaned in pain as if hit by a car, losing balance and flying forward. He couldn't help screaming, flew more than 10 meters, and fell to the ground. Plop! Only a helmet suit remained on the ground. Nothing else was left. The moment this person hit the ground, his internal body completely dispersed and eerily vanished. And strangely, the part of the bulletproof suit that got hit had no dent whatsoever. Soon, the other 2 who were escaping were also caught up with one by the human figure. Their luminous stone cloaks equally useless, and the robust bulletproof suits did nothing to stop it. All 3 bodies disappeared immediately after falling, with no blood or any other traces, as if the 3 suits had been laid on the ground from the start, never worn. Hiss! Soon after hunting the 3 people, the mysterious human figure reassembled and stood in the woodland. Behind it, 2 smaller black human figures silently formed. The 3 surveyed their surroundings, seeming to sense something. After confirming there were no living people around, they turned to leave. Suddenly, a woman in a yellow dress and white skirt slowly emerged from the dark woodland. With black hair covering her face and slightly bowing her head, she stopped and stood still about 20 meters away. Hiss! The 3 mysterious figures slightly opened their mouths, revealing densely packed tiny black insects crawling inside. It seemed like a threat. The woman in the yellow dress and white skirt stood quietly for a few seconds, then began to slowly retreat. She changed direction, trying to bypass the 3 figures, but they quickly blocked her, preventing her from moving forward. After repeating this 4 times, the woman in the yellow dress and white skirt finally slowly retreated and gradually disappeared into the mist, no longer attempting to pass. Meanwhile, the 3 black human figures in the surrounding woodland suddenly dispersed, transformed into countless black insects, and vanished on the spot. This seemed to signify that they now dominated this region. The swarm of black insects gathered and flew through the woods, soon spotting the Black Wind camp illuminated by lights. Most of the swarm was unaffected by the concealing symbol outside the stone castle and continued to fly into the distance. But a few quietly landed and formed into a black human figure. The figure stood outside the outer courtyard, quietly observing the interior environment. Watching the rough wooden fence of the outer courtyard, the figure slowly walked forward, heading inside. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Yu Hong abruptly closed his eyes, sensing the black lizard mark in his mind. In the mark, one of the patrolling black lizards had spotted a strange black shadow person in the outer courtyard. This person was about 1.67 meters tall, completely naked, covered in utter blackness, with nothing else visible. The most critical thing was, Yu Hong looked at the constantly running detector inside the room. The numbers on it were rapidly jumping. From over 300 to over 800, then to over 5,000, the increases were incredibly rapid. Quickly, in just a few seconds, it reached over 8,000. Fortunately, it slowed down at this point. Even mightier than Speedman. According to Zhang Kaijun's intelligence, that guy, it must be the Insect Man. Apart from the Insect Man, he couldn't think of any other black disaster that could elevate the surrounding red value so high from such a distance. Considering that from here to the outer courtyard was a distance of over 30 meters. A distance of over 30 meters, and the red value detector surged to over 8,000. This was even more exaggerated than when Speedman had invaded. Can't block it. The current array is still strengthening, its power insufficient, unable to block it. Couldn't even block a slightly inferior Speedman, let alone the Insect Man. Yu Hong, through the black lizard, watched as the black human figure approached the camp step by step. His expression was tense, thoughts racing in his mind, searching for a solution. Quickly, he noticed that the black human figure didn't seem very resolute, its forward steps not that fast or firm, taking a step, then pausing. Yu Hong suddenly remembered. He had added concealing symbols both in the stone castle and the cave to hide his presence. That means, it probably isn't sure there are living people here. A spark of insight flashed in Yu Hong's mind. He had a plan. He calmly controlled a black lizard. Plop. Suddenly, from the darkness on the right, a blob of black phlegm flew out. The phlegm landed precisely on the right cheek of the black human figure, slowly sliding down. The figure slowly turned its head to look toward the black lizard. Chapter 171. Threat. The black humanoid suddenly lunged forward like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, blinking across the distance and landing on the black lizard. With a bang, the lizard was struck by a tremendous force and sent tumbling backwards, rolling over a dozen times before gradually coming to a stop, lying limp on the ground. After a few seconds, the lizard's body suddenly exploded into countless small black insects that reformed into the humanoid figure. Just as the figure was about to turn and continue towards the nearby camp, another glob of spit flew onto its face. Hiss! Enraged, the humanoid turned and lunged towards the second black lizard in the distance. This cycle repeated 4 times until, finally, when the black figure reformed again, there was no longer any trace of the camp in sight. It seemed to have forgotten about the camp and moved straight ahead in the existing direction, leaving. Before long, the figure vanished into the dark mist, disappearing completely. It seemed to have followed the direction its comrades had left in. In the darkness, another black lizard slowly emerged from the grass, watching the direction the humanoid had left in before fading back into invisibility. Inside the cave, Yu Hong heaved a long sigh, sensing only 5 remaining black lizards, and shook his head with a sense of helplessness. Before the array has been fully enhanced, this is the only way to cope. Fortunately, the black lizards can incubate and fully recover in just 3 days. The exchange of information with Zhang Kaijun inspired him with some ideas to deal with the black disaster. It wasn't necessary to confront every black disaster head-on since they would revive and never die. It was better to find opportunities and methods to lure them away. This operation with the black lizards was also an attempt. Having averted a crisis, Yu Hong instructed the remaining black lizards to continue surveillance while he retreated to the basement to strenuously practice the Thunderbolt leg technique. Life in the camp gradually returned to normal. Time passed day by day, and it seemed that the explosion of the giant God Bomb had triggered a series of chain reactions in the Black Disaster. Soon a week went by without encountering any black disasters more troublesome than Big Skin. The Black Wind Protective Array and the Black Lizards were sufficient to handle all troubles. Everything was calm. It appeared as Zhang Kaijun had said. After the high-risk black disasters staked out their territories, they settled down, and the most dangerous period was about to pass. However, Yu Hong maintained high vigilance for the insect men he'd encountered before. Through the Black Lizard's vision, he often saw insect men repeatedly entering and exiting the secondary safety zone outside the camp. They seemed to be continuously driving out and expanding their territories. Every day, their range of activity crept closer to the camp. Not quickly, but steadily. In the forest, a massive elephant worm was struck by a shadow, quickly swelling with numerous fine particles all over its body. Then, with a muffled sound, the elephant worm exploded completely, turning into a large swarm of black insects. The insects scattered before condensing into a black humanoid figure in a clearing 10 meters away. This clearing was now occupied by more than one humanoid. 3 additional figures rapidly took shape and stood behind the first. From afar, in the bushes, a black lizard witnessed this scene, quietly retracting its head and melding back into the darkness. This lizard was a sentinel Yu Hong had sent to monitor the insect men, as the proximity had become so close that he didn't need to move himself. Using the black lizard's 2-kilometer extreme control range, he could observe the insect men anytime, anywhere. This is getting troublesome. Inside the cave, Yu Hong drew a circle with his hand on a piece of paper on the table. This circle was not alone on the paper. There were 4 others drawn earlier. The circle he drew this time was the smallest of all, representing the shrinking safety perimeter around the camp. It's smaller than a few days ago, closer to the camp, about 30 or 40 meters left. Yu Hong frowned, finding the situation troublesome. Based on observations these past days, there are a total of 4 insect men outside, each individually slightly weaker than Speedman, but together they far exceed him. The most troublesome part isn't just their strength but their speed. They ignore surface defenses and can directly burrow inside to parasitize swiftly. As good as instant injury upon contact, and certain death upon injury. Standing up, Yu Hong pondered how to deal with this kind of black disaster. He paced back and forth in the cave, his mind cycling through the options at his disposal. The best way is to avoid contact altogether. Against this kind of black disaster, protective suits are utterly useless, and so are the enhanced humans. They are no different from ordinary people in front of it. He had asked Zhang Kaijun and Wei Song about it in these days, knowing that they had also encountered insect men. Faced with this black disaster, luminous stone bullets, firearms, fire, strong acids and bases, and various other methods were useless. Only luminous stone bombs were somewhat effective, but not greatly so, because the insect men were too fast and would disperse and burrow underground before the bombs could explode. More disgustingly, unless he could completely exterminate the insect men, as long as one live insect remained, it could quickly regroup and become whole again. This black disaster, though not as terrifying as the evil shadow, posed a far greater threat of death. Tough. Yu Hong controlled the black lizards to monitor the insect men's progress, while he dived back into the basement to commence new chi cultivation. At this juncture, his Thunderbolt leg technique's second layer was nearing completion, with the 9th inner chi about to condense successfully. The speed increase from the infinite chi condensing technique was indeed extraordinary. Before he had refined this technique, his chi cultivation speed was as slow as a crawl, but now it was much faster. Forget it, I'll think about it after breaking through the second layer. Perhaps the increased speed and enhanced power of inner chi will have a better effect when supplementing the array. Inner chi could help during the recovery of imprints. Yu Hong had tried this before. The black lizards were indeed cultivated with the assistance of inner chi. Arrays were probably similar. In the basement enveloped in white light, Yu Hong stood in the center, focusing his mind and stabilizing his chi, visualizing the Thunderbolt leg technique's visualization chart in his heart. while directing his inner chi and lightly tiptoeing on his feet. Swoosh! In an instant, he lifted his right leg for a high sweep, slicing through the air with a piercing whine. As quickly as a flash of lightning, the moves of the thunderbolt leg technique were executed one after another, and the basement gradually echoed with strange, manic laughter. A layer of transparent air began to surround him, distorting the light. As time passed, Yu Hong's figure became more and more blurry, mysterious particles in the surrounding air being rapidly absorbed into his body, adhering to the nearly complete ninth strand of inner chi. He lost track of how much time had gone by. Puff! In an instant, Yu Hong's actions came to a halt. He stood in place. His skin turned red all over, and the layer of transparent air that was shrouding his body didn't disappear when he stopped moving. Instead, it flowed like water, congregating into a transparent whirl of air in front of him. The whirl of air was the size of a palm, condensed and suspended in front of Yu Hong's right shin, giving him the sense that he could easily kick it away with a casual flick. Without hesitation, Yu Hong fiercely kicked toward the polar bear suit hanging on the far wall. Whoosh! The transparent whirl of air suddenly turned into a shadowy figure and shot out like a bullet, crashing into the polar bear suit. Bang! The polar bear suit, as if struck by a heavy punch, emitted a dull sound against the wall and shook violently. Breakthrough! Yu Hong took a deep breath, walking over to check the part of the suit where the whirl of air had struck. There was no trace. Almost like the power of an ordinary person's punch. Not great, but at least now I have some sort of ranged attack, thought Yu Hong with satisfaction. First, he relied on the normal leg technique to accumulate airflow and then, when needed, sweep it out to produce a whirl of air. This is only the third layer, and I can create a whirl of this level. If I fully master the Thunderbolt leg technique, the whirls I produce will probably be even more powerful and perhaps more numerous. He speculated in his mind. He sat cross-legged on the spot, feeling the changes in the inner chi inside his body. To his surprise, the 9 strands of inner chi did not disappear and were still in the dantian. Before, I would have used it all up and had to start accumulating inner chi from scratch. But this time, he was somewhat astonished and quickly pulled out the pamphlet for the Thunderbolt leg technique to check it. There was no explanation of this aspect on it. Never mind that, I'll just consolidate what I've achieved for now. By this time, the 9 strands of inner chi within him flowed in a continuous circle, forming a loop that had already begun to slowly radiate warm streams of air outward. These streams once again caused Yu Hong to feel an itch over his entire body. He knew that it was time to start strengthening his body's durability again, something that had also happened once before during his second layer breakthrough. Each breakthrough in the Thunderbolt leg technique granted the cultivator a small enhancement. The strengthening lasted for over 3 hours before it finally stabilized. In the basement, covered in profuse sweat, Yu Hong rubbed his hands together, and a layer of transparent skin, thin like paper, peeled off from his hands. He was startled and quickly rubbed vigorously at other parts of his body, soon shedding a large layer of skin. The skin beneath, now uncovered, became pale and hard, like marble, complete with evenly distributed natural lines. Time to test this. He approached the rarely worn polar bear suit, extended his hand, grabbed at the wrist area of the suit, and squeezed hard. Crack. A slight noise came from inside the suit, as the bulletproof metal plates bent. Yu Hong withdrew his hand and saw a shallow impression of his fingertips on the surface of the suit, feeling a wave of satisfaction. To have trained to this extent, finally, I can cause damage to a bulletproof vest to some degree using my bear flesh. This is my reinforced polar bear suit, which is of high durability. If it were a normal bulletproof suit. He walked to the other side, where several sets of ordinary bulletproof suits that he had collected were still remaining. He casually picked one up and squeezed it single-handedly. Creak. The steel plates inside were easily bent out of shape, crumpled together at the wrist, and could no longer be worn. Not bad. Yu Hong glanced around. The area was too small for speed testing, so he simply put on the reinforced gray lizard suit and stepped out of the cave. Outside, a rough stone passageway had been constructed between the stone castle and the cave, with enhanced air purifiers placed within the passage. To the left of the joint passageway, a wooden door had been installed as an entrance and exit to the communal area. Yu Hong first exited the cave's main door, then crossed the corridor of the passage and walked through the wooden door before he was truly back in the inner courtyard. He strolled around the inner courtyard several times, very pleased with the current renovations. With this setup, there was no longer a need to risk exposure to external long-range attacks when moving between the stone castle and the cave. Safe passage was now assured. With air purifiers in place, everyone could stay inside the stone castle continuously, only venturing out to collect raw materials when absolutely necessary. Click. He exited the inner courtyard gate and closed it behind him. Yu Hong glanced at the detector. The red value remained in the 40s and was not fluctuating. The situation had become even more stable. Insect men were expanding their territory right next to the camp, driving away various sizes of black disaster threats. Even shadow figures hadn't been seen in days. Click, click. Yu Hong cautiously maneuvered through the woods, his inner chi ready but not released, prepared to burst into motion at any moment. This expedition was meant to test his own speed, not to seek out insect men and ask for trouble. Therefore, caution was of the utmost importance. Fortunately, the territory of the insect men was to the left of the camp, while he had chosen to go right for his speed test, in the direction of the highway. He had also cleared a sloped driveway here for solar-powered vehicles to pass. Chapter 172, Threat. Standing at the start of the lane, with his back against the outer courtyard fence, Yu Hong glanced at the murky gray mist ahead, took a deep breath and confirmed the time. 10:12 a.m. Under normal circumstances, it would take him at least 2 minutes to run from here to the highway. This was after the road had been cleared and made passable. By regular walking, it would usually take a good 10 minutes or so. The road's uneven lifts and falls, the possibility of encountering black disasters, and some steep slopes made it difficult to navigate. But now, Yu Hong looked ahead through his goggles, concentrating and calming his mind. Thunderbolt inner chi filled and swelled within his legs. Hiss! In an instant, the ground behind him exploded into a small pit, and he was already gone from his original spot. A gusty wind howled past his ears while Yu Hong kept his eyes fixed forward, the mist rapidly thinning and splitting to reveal the clear forest floor. The ground and everything to the sides blurred into one, with only the path directly ahead remaining clear. The dense trees rapidly parted, retreating and being left behind. Soon enough, the path ahead suddenly cleared, and the road sloped downward. Swoosh! He took a small jump, landed softly, surged forward a few meters to release the force, and crouched to a halt on the cracked highway. Huff! 2 trails of hot white breath sprayed out from the sides of his respirator. Yu Hong stood up and glanced at the time on his detector. 10:13 a.m. 1 minute, maybe even less, he thought with satisfaction. He knew that his greatest improvement this time was his movement speed. In such a dangerous world, running fast meant a significantly higher chance of survival. He looked around. The highway was even more broken than before, with no sight of any flat surface. The ashen-white road surface was like shattered porcelain, covered in cracks and footprints. The whereabouts of those 2 solar-powered jeeps parked by the road were unknown, whether moved by someone or flung away by a black disaster. Yu Hong scanned his surroundings and could faintly make out a charred bus on the distant road. He decided to walk toward the direction of the bus. The sky still held some sunlight. It was the brightest time of the day. The pervasive fog on the mountains and fields was grayish-white, not the grayish-black of night. Yu Hong approached the side of the bus and stopped about 7 or 8 meters away. The readings on his detector began soaring, jumping from dozens to the 500 or 600 range. Before confronting an insect man, it's better to take care of these potential hazards first. Yu Hong looked at the bus, at the charred windows, and at the remains of the melted plastic on the windowsills. Swipe. Suddenly, a blurred white face popped up in one of the windows. The appearance of the face was extremely abrupt. There was nothing 1 second, and the next, it appeared at the window like a flash. Boom! In an instant, Yu Hong stepped forward and delivered a powerful front kick. The impact exploded on the spot, his leg striking the waist of the bus. The enormous force accompanied by the crash speed, instantly twisting the bus's metal body, tipping it to the side, and making it roll. Bang! 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 Propelled by the giant impact, the bus rolled over several times on the side of the road and then fell down the slope next to the highway. As the bus continued to roll, there soon came another loud noise. The bus had hit a tree. Everything came to a halt. Yu Hong stood on the road, feeling a burst of inner chi being consumed from within, and a flush of exertion crossed his face. He hadn't expected his own strength to be so great. That sudden appearance of a face had startled him. Without thinking, he just kicked out at it straight away. With the burst of inner chi, that kick flipped the whole bus into a rolling motion. Such a bus weighs at least 5 tons. Even if it was burned out and lightened, it should still be 3 or 4 tons. To overturn something weighing 3 or 4 tons with a single kick, without any discomfort in his legs, Yu Hong now finally had a sense of his own decent strength. Thump, thump, thump. Suddenly, a series of heavy footsteps came from behind, echoing off the road. It appeared that the loud noise had attracted something, and out of the grayish-white fog behind him, a massive creature 6 or 7 meters tall slowly emerged from the mist, revealing its colossal form. Elephant worm. Yu Hong turned to look and recognized the creature. His mind stirred, and he readied his inner chi without releasing it. Hiss! He turned into a shadow and dashed toward the elephant worm. At the same time, the elephant worm lifted its spike-like long leg and violently stabbed down at him. Crack! Before the elephant worm's long leg could fully come down, still in mid-air, Yu Hong's kick had already snapped it. Not just that, he also swept past and broke off a row of legs on its right side. Before it could roar and rise, a human-shaped shadow leaped from behind, rolled into the air, and a battle axe-like kick thundered down. Boom! The elephant worm's body sank sharply, its back shell collapsing and bursting on impact. Its massive body slammed into the ground with a grating and unpleasant metallic crushing noise. Before it could let out a roar, a blurry human form appeared once again beside its head. One kick. Thud. The elephant worm's triangular head was instantly kicked off, flying into the air. Its enormous body also, at this moment, completely shattered, turning into countless wisps of black smoke that dissipated into nothingness. 3 strikes. Yu Hong felt the 3 strands of inner chi that were expended from within his body. Looking at the massive creature before him, silence now larger than big skin, silently disintegrate, vanish from sight. The fear he had in his heart for the black disaster diminished yet another layer. Elephant worm, if not using inner chi, requires a long time to deplete, to break its carapace. With inner chi, only 3 moves are needed. Elephant worm is a 3rd-level black disaster. For other enhanced humans, level 3 represented the very limit of what they could wrestle against unarmed, even when working together. Theoretically, I could have dealt with the elephant worm before, as I did with the multi-eyed bird, but it definitely wouldn't have been as effortless as now. He turned around and heard a steady stream of noises approaching from a distance. Without hesitation, he flashed toward the direction of the camp and swiftly sprinted away. The 3rd layer Thunderbolt leg technique gave him a feeling like his body had become much lighter. A casual step would send him darting a great distance. In the mountain forest, Yu Hong moved lightly like a shadow, quickly traversing through the mist. Before long, a fuzzy black human-shaped figure appeared about 10 meters from his side. The black figure was lying on top of a big skin, seemingly feasting. Suddenly, it raised its head to look in Yu Hong's direction. Insektman. Yu Hong came to a halt, also stopping to face the other. He had previously witnessed the speed of insect men through encounters with black lizards, and knew their pace was comparable to his own. This would be a good opportunity to understand the specific capabilities of this terrifying black disaster. 100 meters away from the camp, Yu Hong took a light breath, regathering a fresh surge of inner chi, infusing it into his legs. He kept his gaze fixed on the insect man 10 meters away, while a corner of his eye scanned the detector. Red value, 133,891.522. 133,000. Yu Hong's scalp tingled, knowing he absolutely couldn't let the creature touch him. Trying to counter this foe with a radiation hand grenade would be impossible, unless he simultaneously threw dozens of them in overlaying blasts, and even then, the insect man would need to stay in one spot for it to work. Considering the insect man's speed, the idea was pure fantasy. In an instant, Yu Hong and the insect man both moved. Both turned into blurs, one advancing, the other retreating, sprinting fast in the direction away from the camp. In this chase, Yu Hong could clearly perceive the difference. In wide open spaces without obstructions, his speed was clearly faster than the insect man's. But the forest always had trees blocking the way. In such circumstances, he needed to dodge and weave, while the insect man could simply disperse into flying insects, crossing over obstacles and reforming without impedance. Thus the terrain favored the insect man. After running wildly, Yu Hong simply took to the highway. With the insect man in tow, he dashed away from the camp, covering 10 or so kilometers. He calculated the distance and suddenly threw out a radiation hand grenade. Boom! The grenade, with over 7,000 negative radiation units, hit the pursuing insect man squarely. But aside from blasting some black fragments from the insect man's body, the radiation hand grenade was useless for anything else. Seeing this, Yu Hong's heart chilled, knowing he couldn't confront this thing head-on. He was unsure if an outburst of inner chi could block the creature, and if it couldn't, he would be gambling with his life. Now, having roughly estimated the insect man's maximum speed, an idea formed in his mind about how to shake it off. Looking around, Yu Hong quickly remembered Huafeng City, half seen along the way, completely covered in black slime. Without hesitation, he headed toward Huafeng City. With his current speed of at least 100 yards, it wouldn't take long to get there. Time trickled by. Soon, the mist ahead grew thinner. The vast, black-painted buildings of Huafeng City came into view within Yu Hong's line of sight. He suddenly paused, slowing his steps, and looked back. The inky humanoid shape of the insect man had also stopped 30 or so meters away, staring far ahead at Huafeng City, no longer advancing. Sure enough, Yu Hong's expression was calm, confirming his own judgment. High-risk black disasters indeed have their own territories. The insect man stopping could very likely be due to an encounter with a high-risk black disaster within Huafeng City, setting territorial boundaries. Watching the halted insect man, Yu Hong slightly smiled, continued to distance himself until it completely vanished from his vision, and then took a detour, returning to the camp from another direction. The thunderbolt leg of the third layer enabled him to leap 2 or 3 meters lightly without making much of a commotion. Although he could previously do that, it was by sheer force, but now it was different. Quickly, in just 20 minutes, he was back outside the camp, confirming that the insect man from before hadn't returned. Back in the cave, Yu Hong finally had a sense of his rough level amidst the black disasters. I can handle black disasters alone that are still above level 4. I haven't encountered higher levels to test against. But judging from the elephant worm's backlash, the maximum won't exceed level 5. The danger rating doesn't reflect the strength of the black disasters, but using it as a crude division works well enough. Next, I need to train the thunderbolt leg to higher levels as fast as possible. To be faster, stronger, and with more inner chi. This way, once the array is strengthened and my inner chi is more ample, it will be able to support the array for longer. Afterward, Yu Hong and everyone in the camp stayed indoors, only moving around inside the stone castle and the cave. With the purifier, everyone gradually recovered from their coughing fits. Li Rushan began expanding the scale of the breeding boxes, taking advantage of the space in the stone castle to create 10 more mushroom boxes, leading to a slow increase in food production. Time once again slipped by. Having confirmed his speed was slightly faster than the insect men's, Yu Hong personally led away the insect men that approached the camp twice more, each time drawing them to the vicinity of Huafeng City and its dominating presence. After trapping the insect men, he looped back to the camp. using this method to bide time, and as Yu Hong's inner chi in the third layer was close to forming a second strand, the fortification of the array was nearly finished. Old Zhou, who had been gone for a long time, also returned successfully. Yet contrary to what was expected, he hadn't found any luminous stone mines, nor his family. Instead, he scavenged a collection of assorted food and daily necessities. What was thought to have been a failed outing due to its seemingly meager rewards turned out to be unfounded, as old Zhou returned smiling, unflustered. Once inside the stone castle, he called everyone together for a meeting. Chapter 173, Threat. Second floor of the stone castle. In the spacious small hall with a pointed roof, bright lights shone on everyone present. Old Zhou's bulletproof outfit was tattered, a large piece of white porcelain exposed from his back, slashed by something unknown. He seemed unconcerned, holding nutrition paste in one hand and a cup of water in the other, gobbling down food. Everyone else in the camp was there. Li Rushan was sitting in a corner with Izina in his arms. Dr. Su was sitting against the wall holding his stomach. Yu Hong had his arms crossed, standing by the window watching old Zhou, waiting for his response. After eating for over 10 minutes, old Zhou finally seemed a bit comfortable and looked a bit energized. He set down the water and nutrition paste, raising his head to glance around at everyone. "The luminous stone mine, I checked it," he said. "The one I went to is also gone. It's all turned black. I suspect something unexpected happened that caused." "It's the Misha family," Yu Hong interrupted. "I learned from other points on the communicator that a small family force called Misha is secretly using unknown methods to destroy the luminous stone mines. Everyone has passed the word around. If anyone encounters Misha's people, they are to be killed on sight." Misha. The hearts of everyone sank. They memorized the name, but it didn't mean much. Without a face for identification, a name alone couldn't lead them to these people. Are they not human? Even the most disgusting people wouldn't intentionally destroy luminous stone mines. Without luminous stones, we all can't survive, old Zhou said, his emotions rising. He had thought it was a natural disaster, but now Yu Hong told him it was man-made? Who knows what they're thinking? What kind of people aren't there in this world? "Boss, since the communicator can contact other points, how are conditions elsewhere? Can you tell us?" Li Rushan asked. It was a question everyone else cared about too. All eyes turned to Yu Hong, who didn't hold back, truthfully explaining the situation of the Wei Song and Zhang Kaijun points. When they heard that newcomers have to take on various dangerous tasks outside for food and medicine, everyone felt fortunate they joined Black Wind Camp. "All right, I've said what needed to be said. Old Zhou, back to you. Besides those small appliances in your car, what else did you find?" Yu Hong turned his gaze back to Zhou Shuaguang. Hey, Zhou Shuaguang, realizing the conversation was back to him, showed a slightly smug expression. He scanned everyone, stood up, unfastened his suit belt, and reached into his crotch, pulling out a neatly folded white sheet of paper. "This is my biggest find this trip." He held up the paper, exclaiming. Yu Hong stepped forward, took the paper, looked at the confident old Zhou, and opened it with some curiosity. Rustle. The paper was unfolded, revealing a color photocopy of Baihe City's map. The focus wasn't on the map itself, but rather a series of black lines drawn on it with a pen. "What's this?"
Jungfrau-Ned.
"This is a black disaster safe route," old Zhou cried out. "On my trip out, I discovered a buffer zone between high-risk black disasters that never cross each other. Meaning, between two high-risk black disasters, they voluntarily isolated a narrow buffer demarcation line. As long as I'm within this line, I won't be attacked by the black disasters on either side." He paused, looked at the shocked faces, and continued. "More importantly, because both sides are high-risk black disasters, ordinary black disasters don't dare approach. So in this buffer zone, there's not even a shadow, nor any blood-tide bugs. It's absolutely safe." Silence. No one spoke as everyone was absorbed in the impact of his words. Several seconds later, "Old Zhou, can you be sure it's absolutely safe?" Li Rushan couldn't help but ask first. I can't, Zhou Shuiguang admitted. I can only guarantee that I personally experienced it without high-risk black disasters attacking me. That's all. This is a gamble of a route. If you also want to go out, you can use it as a reference. Our vehicle is already highly stealthy, and using the buffer zone makes even less noise. The safety is much better than before. His words brought a quiet among them. Yu Hong, too, silently pondered. Old Zhou's response was more direct than Zhang Kaijun's information. He even came up with a specific route map. The outside environment was harsh and changing rapidly. Although it's uncertain how long this route would be valid, as long as they could identify this pattern, they could adapt accordingly. Old Zhou, did you find the buffer zone with a detector? Yu Hong asked. You really are the boss. The enhanced detector you modified is excellent. Using it to detect the environmental red value, I could slowly determine the stable route of the buffer zone. This means we might be able to make contact with other points, Li Rushan said with a hint of excitement. Not only him, but others in the camp also felt a surge of excitement, as it had been long since they saw other people. The outside was always a gray, dangerous, and profound place. Besides these, I met a group of survivors heading to the airport, led by someone named Tang Shanzhong. I traded some supplies with them and chatted about the situation we each knew. Zhou Shuiguang's tone calmed down. He glanced at Yu Hong involuntarily and continued. Captain Tang is a good person. He's been striving to rescue others along the way. He was originally a warehouse manager, and combined with good luck, he wasn't short of food and drink. Plus, there were several elite warriors helping him, including Su Fan, the butcher you mentioned, in their team. Yu Hong raised an eyebrow, surprised that Su Fan had made it this long and was still alive. But he said nothing, signaling old Zhou to continue. Zhou Shuiguang nodded. They intend to take an air route to the supposedly safest New Aurora City No. 2. You won't believe where this New Aurora City is located. He smiled and continued. From Captain Tang's group, I met several older folks, all of whom had escaped from Baihe City. They were surprised to learn I was from a camp near Baiqiu Village and shared some rumors about the Lin family from Baiqiu Village. The Lin family? Yu Hong was alerted, immediately thinking of stammering Lin Yi. Yes, the one you're thinking of. Those two older folks said that Baiqiu Village used to be quite populated. But when the black disaster broke out, the environment worsened, and people gradually moved out. The Lin family was the only household in the village skilled in crafting white stone. Back then, people still referred to luminous stone as white stone. Zhou Shuiguang paused, then continued. They shared some legends about the Lin family. It said that at the very beginning of the black disaster outbreak, Donghe secretly summoned all experts with a high competence in the arcane to the capital and then gathered them to the initial point of outbreak. At that time, all the men from the Lin family went, leaving behind only 2 orphaned mothers and daughters. You mean to say that before the black disaster outbreak, people were already dealing with white stone, which is luminous stone? Yu Hong suddenly asked. Apparently so. Those 2 older men told me that not a single expert from that summoned group returned. After the black disaster outbreak, many in the official quarters died, and later, as the black disaster spread globally, a united coalition was formed by all countries, but no one knew where the experts went, as the rest is common knowledge now. Did they say where the initial black disaster outbreak was? Yu Hong asked. This I know. Within Donghe, it was in a place called Black Tree Village. All over the world, the outbreak sites share a commonality. Initially, black wells appear, Li Rushan said solemnly. At first, it all started with the discovery of ancient wells of unknown depth. Over time, these black wells multiplied, from which flowed the initial blood tide, namely blood ticks. Black wells. Yu Hong silently noted the name. So, all men from the Lin family went to Black Tree Village? That's very possible. Given there were mid-situation developments that no one knew of, the nationwide recruitment probably aimed to target Black Tree Village initially. Old Zhou nodded. Yu Hong formed an assessment. Considering how early it was, the 2 from the Lin family were probably long dead from the black disaster. Why was Yi still so determined to find them? Even if found, what then? Everything was irreversible. The specific reasons were probably known only to Lin Yi herself. As he pondered silently, Old Li and Old Zhou had already begun passionately discussing the viability of the safe route. A fixed, known safe route, both understood its implications clearly. After some excitement, everyone went back to rest. In the days that followed, everyone returned to their previous state, each taking on their own tasks, yet with a lighter, more active mood than before. Ding Xiao took control of the vehicle, beginning preparations for the journey out. Yu Hong didn't plan for her to leave immediately, instead intending to modify the vehicle after the black mark enhancement concluded. The sunlight duration was too short, and solely relying on solar energy couldn't sustain the vehicle's power. Of course, the deadline he gave Ding Xiao was within 2 months since, according to the broadcast, in 3 months the sky would forever fall into darkness. By then, without solar power, the vehicle would become a burden instead. In the blink of an eye, several days later, on the rooftop of the fort in the camp, a new waterproof pointed roof had been added, forming a small triangular structure. At that moment, above the pointed roof, Yu Hong sat quietly leaning against a section of the roof, gazing at the misty and grand mountain forest in the distance. Beams of golden sunlight pierced the gray mist like spikes, illuminating the entire forest. Croak. In the distant sky, several small dots hovered, emitting frog-like calls. Further in the mountains, a large black bug was slowly pushing aside trees, making its way into the distance. To the left of the giant insect, on the nearby hillside, Baiqiu village bathed in sunlight gleamed with faint white light. Occasionally, vague silhouettes appeared and disappeared within the village. Thin clouds floated above, the pure and azure sky like a gem, with the gray mist as a veil over its surface. Roar! In the extreme distance, a faint roar drifted over. Through the mist, a gigantic bird-like shadow larger than the entire Baiqiu village cleaved through the mist, gliding over the edge of the forest, flying off into the distance. This world. Yu Hong watched as the immense shadow flew away, feeling an inexplicable sorrow rise within. Is there really still hope? Sitting quietly on the rooftop, he remained motionless for a long time. At that moment, under the surveillance of the Black Lizard, the area around the Black Wind camp was already entirely encircled by the territory of the Insect Men. Though they hadn't discovered the camp yet, the Insect Men's territory was getting closer to this area. No escape, nowhere to hide. Chapter 174. Threat. Even if I manage to block the Insect Man, there will be more black disasters, stronger black disasters attacking. Can I really keep this up? Yu Hong felt a tinge of doubt in his heart. He felt that he must determine a direction for the future development of the entire camp. We must achieve complete self-sufficiency, not relying on external resources, implementing a closed-loop system within ourselves, and further strengthening external defensive capabilities. In that case, an absolutely sturdy and safe camp defense is essential, and the internal self-circulating self-sufficiency system must also be established. Others may not be able to, but I have the black mark, which is not impossible to achieve. He sighed. Yu Hong stood up and gazed into the distance. The sunlight was gradually dimming, and the fog was thickening, becoming denser. That gloomy fog was gradually blocking out the sun from afar, spreading towards here. It looked like a large mass of gray-black cotton, as well as a large patch of gray clouds casting faint shadows on the mountains and forest floor. The shadows moved quickly, drawing nearer, covering the mountains and forests, covering Baiqiu village, covering the camp, until Yu Hong on the stone castle's roof was completely enveloped. He looked up again at the sun. At that moment, the glaring sunlight completely disappeared, never to be seen again. Phew! Yu Hong lightly leaped, with one hand on the outer wall of the stone castle, slid down, and then firmly jumped off the 10-meter-high roof, rolling on the spot to unloaded the force and stood up. Taking one last look at the sky, he entered the cave and began his arduous cultivation. Several days later, as the array neared completion, Ding Xiao decided to leave early without taking the vehicle for the mission. She quietly went out once, checking the safe route named Black Disaster Rift summarized by Old Zhou. She decided to take advantage of the route still being effective and leave immediately. Yu Hong had condensed the third layer of inner chi, but even so, he had no good solution for the insect man. Everyone together bid Ding Xiao farewell within the camp. You really don't need to rush like this, Yu Hong said. He handed her a set of women's bulletproof vest marked with concealing symbols which he had drawn during his spare time in the past few days. This was the last set of women's bulletproof outfit left, with only 2 men's sets remaining. Moreover, with the exhaustion of luminous stones, the new symbols could only be drawn using the stored large pyroxene stone ink powder. Whether runes would still be effective in the future remained uncertain. I want to check out the larger strongholds. Ding Xiao spoke softly. You are honest? Yu Hong chuckled. Decide for yourself. You can also stay there if you wish, but if you find new symbols and want to return, you're welcome here. He gave Ding Xiao the addresses and directions of both Zhang Kaijun and Wei Song's strongholds. She had to decide everything on her own. Since you want to see what's at the large stronghold and possibly detach, I can't give you too much material. I hope you understand, Yu Hong continued. This was also fair for other camp members. Since Ding Xiao harbored thoughts of leaving the camp, they couldn't allow her to take too many supplies. At most, because of her previous help and contributions to the camp, they would provide some resources. I understand. I'm grateful for having been sheltered for so long, Ding Xiao solemnly said. I don't need the car either. Just some basic supplies would be good. Ding, are you really determined to go? Old Li felt reluctant. It was rare to have a beautiful woman in the camp, and now she was leaving. Take care, Brother Li. Don't keep taking the boss's matters upon yourself. Ding Xiao smiled. Sister, you're going to regret this. Izina suddenly spoke. Ding Xiao paused, then showed a cryptic smile and ruffled Izina's hair. Old Zhou kept silent and didn't mind Ding Xiao's departure. Soon, Yu Hong prepared a portion of food and water for her, along with some foldable vortex talisman plates for self-protection. Then he watched her leave. Ding Xiao didn't take the radiation hand grenade, signifying she indeed intended to go to other strongholds. Perhaps the lack of luminous stone supply was the key reason truly influencing her decision to leave the place. Yu Hong noticed that Old Li seemed to be staring at Ding Xiao's disappearing figure for a long time. Don't worry, everyone. I'm enhancing the camp's defensive abilities. There won't be any problems in the future. Even if we run out of luminous stones, I have newly designed protective measures, Yu Hong reassured. He was pondering, after stabilizing the situation, he might find Black Mark to strengthen a basic cultivation technique that would allow ordinary people to cultivate inner chi. The effect didn't need to be very strong, but it had to be sufficiently prevalent to enhance the survival capability of camp members. Of course, to prevent it from leaking out and becoming a method for enemies to attack and seize the camp, this cultivation technique ideally could differentiate between friend and foe. In case it was used against oneself, it would automatically fail, resulting in a permanent loss of inner strength. Yu Hong did not doubt the Black Mark's ability to strengthen something like this. The key was time. There were too many things that needed the Black Mark's enhancement. Soon, Ding Xiao's figure disappeared into the fog, and everyone dispersed. As Yu Hong was returning, he paused for a moment. In his mind, he had already controlled a black lizard to spit on a nearby insect man. Seconds later, 3 black lizards died, successfully diverting another insect man approaching the camp. These days, spitting to divert had gradually become less effective. The distance it could divert was increasingly shortening. The insect men seemed to be adapting to this method, making it increasingly ineffective. Initially, it could divert distances over 100 meters, but now at most, it could divert 30 to 40 meters. Quickly, it's about time. Yu Hong checked the countdown of the array patterns on the ground of the inner courtyard before entering the public passageway. 16 hours, 7 minutes. He shifted his gaze, waited for everyone to enter, then shut the door and locked it. Then he followed into the cave entrance. In these last dozen or so hours, he had to stay vigilant at all times, keeping an eye on the movements of the insect men outside. If he were to perish right before dawn, it wouldn't be worth it at all. Yu Hong sat at the entrance without resting or practicing his cultivation techniques, monitoring the situation outside the camp at all times through the mark and the black lizards. 1 hour passed. 2 hours. 5 hours. He ate some nutrient paste and water, took a hot shower, and went to the toilet. He carried out a large container of waste to dump into a big pit outside the camp. Outside, it was completely dark except for the light from the camp, and there were no other sources of illumination. Faintly, he thought he could hear the soft buzz of insects flying outside, rustling, very many of them. Not blood ticks. Blood ticks can't fly. Maybe it's the insect men. On high alert, Yu Hong turned around, went through the corridor, and returned to the cave to continue waiting. Time slowly passed. The sounds of insects outside the camp grew closer. Meanwhile, in the inner courtyard, the dark red countdown had entered the final few minutes. Yu Hong, carrying all of the radiation hand grenades, walked out of the cave and through the corridor to wait on alert in the inner courtyard space. 5 minutes went by. No movement. 10 minutes went by. Still no movement outside the camp. Finally, thud. The countdown for the last minute abruptly vanished. The entire inner courtyard camp flickered slightly, blurred, and then there was no other movement. But Yu Hong breathed a long sigh of relief. From the mark in his mind, the black wind protection array buried underground had been successfully enhanced. Because on the ground in front of him, an instruction manual had magically appeared. He walked over, picked up the sheet, and examined it closely. Black Wind Protection Array, also known as the Wind and Fire Slaughter Spirit Array, it targets any black disaster entering and conducts a dual sustained attack with wind and fire. The black wind erosion is 2,000 radiation units per second, coupled with slight resistance to prevent the enemy from entering. The black fire erosion is 3,000 units per second, with sustained burning damage that increases over time, with a maximum ceiling of 10,000 units per second, ceasing once out of the array. Usually, it can absorb surrounding red value radiation during dormancy and store it until needed for release. Storage time is 30 minutes. Additionally, the range of the array has doubled from the original. Looking at the contents of the manual, Yu Hong really breathed a sigh of relief. The combination of wind and fire erosion means it's 5,000 ongoing damage per second, 10,000 in 2 seconds. Compared to Speedman's kind, which easily reaches hundreds of thousands of red value radiation, it's really not much. But the array's range has also doubled, covering the entire outer courtyard. Yu Hong walked to the outer courtyard and felt the coverage of the array under his feet. Even as the owner of the black mark, stepping on the array, he could feel a subtle tingling sensation. If the black disaster stays within the array longer, the damage will increase. If it reaches the maximum of 12,000 per second, in 10 seconds that's 120,000. Combined with the radiation hand grenade. Initially pleased that the array had been enhanced, Yu Hong, doing the math, suddenly felt that relying solely on the array might still be insufficient. The Insect Man's speed meant they could charge through the array in less than 2 seconds. Was the slight damage meant just to scratch them? It seems the strengthened large-scale array can only handle mid to low-level black disasters, and for those with high radiation values, other methods must be considered. The array can, however, be used to buy some time. Yu Hong returned to an idea he previously had. He designed a new array that could delay and entangle the movement speed of the black disaster, causing it to be immediately affected upon entering the range of the camp's array. Yu Hong carefully considered the few symbols and runes he currently mastered.
Luminous Stein Rune, Vortex Rune, Concealing Symbol.
What could slow down the black disaster? His thought process returned to the expulsion fluid and extraction fluid suggested by Zhang Kaijun. No, this isn't the right direction to think from. All of a sudden, Yu Hong realized something. Since the newly appeared array itself already possessed some capability to hinder the black disaster, why not continue to enhance this aspect? The black wind erosion function could perhaps be separately enhanced. Yu Hong's eyes lit up, and he immediately sensed the mark in his mind. Through the mark, he could see every detail of the new array from above. Soon, he noticed something unusual. Wait, this array pattern, why does it look a bit like the visualization in my Thunderbolt leg technique manual? Suddenly, he discovered that some patterns within the array actually overlapped with the Thunderbolt leg technique. Could it be that this array also integrates some mysteries of the Thunderbolt leg technique? This being the case, I might also be able to explore further strengthening methods through martial arts. Immediately, Yu Hong returned to the cave, reorganized the visualization of the Thunderbolt leg technique, and then combined it with some special patterns from the new array. He directly hand-drew both based on his feelings. This drawing, he actually felt it made some sense. He discovered that, as he drew, his inner chi unconsciously flowed into the array patterns, and then this newly drawn pattern really subtly started to affect the flow of chi. The imitated visualization is okay, no activity, but this imitation of the new arrays pattern drawn with inner chi actually has some effect. This is interesting. This was the first time Yu Hong had discovered a pattern similar to a new symbol on his own. If he managed to summarize it successfully, he might master a new ability rune similar to the Vortex rune or the Luminous Stone rune. In that case, the new array would have found its place. Chapter 175. Strengthening Chapter 1. As time passed day by day, Yu Hong continually adjusted and experimented. By imitating the array patterns he had drawn and combining them with the black mark to attempt enhancement, he finally received feedback from the black mark on the 15th day that the enhancement had been successfully authorized. Over the span of 15 days, 2 weeks, his inner chi had also reached the 6th strand of the 3rd layer of the Thunderbolt leg technique. The speed of his progress was much faster than before. During this period, other than strengthening a batch of nutritional paste, the black mark was not used for any other purpose, dedicating its entire capacity to assisting Yu Hong with his experiments. Using the black mark, which could enhance only fundamentally complete objects, Yu Hong continually adjusted and simulated the symbol designs until he copied a section of symbol details from the new Wind and Fire Slaughter Spirit array, finally obtaining confirmation from the black mark. A complete, basic airflow obstruction array was thus obtained. Inside the cave, Yu Hong wiped the sweat off his forehead as he looked at the hand-drawn array in front of him. Concentrating on the drawing while also expending inner chi was a very exhausting task. But fortunately, with an existing array to learn from, and by incrementally adding and testing, he finally created a complete version. This version definitely isn't the most streamlined, but as long as it fulfills the basic functionality, it's enough for the black mark to enhance. He sat cross-legged on the basement floor, eyeing the array patterns on the plank of wood. A notion suddenly struck him, and he took out 2 spoils of war from a wooden frame in the corner. One was a ruby-like crystal from a mutated crow. The other was a black jade-like bone from Speedman. There's not much variety anyway, and the black mark's enhancement principle is to substitute synthesis for multiple enhancements. It can only proceed with a second enhancement if new elements are added each time. So let's try adding these 2. He didn't know what these 2 items were good for. He just relied on the black mark to guide the direction. After placing the 2 items on the plank, Yu Hong picked it up and walked out of the cave to a wall in the inner courtyard. Snap! He placed the plank on the ground, indifferent to whether there were people around. After all, others couldn't see the black mark or the countdown of the enhancement. Stretching his hand to press on the ground, his current action resembled someone checking the quality of the soil. The luminous stone grass on the ground of the inner courtyard had withered long ago, and now it was a bed of transplanted, lush wild vegetables. But with the days of sunlight growing shorter, he wasn't sure how much longer these vegetables would last. Yu Hong's hand pressed against the ground. Black Wind Protection Array Enhancement, Direction. Merge the Slowdown Array and 2 other black disaster materials. Enhance the obstruction and slowdown effect against black disaster. His enhancement attempt aimed to include the large array, his own drawn array on the wooden board, and the 2 leftover items altogether. To reduce construction work, Yu Hong directly allowed the black mark to proceed with the enhancement. Although it required more time, it saved much more time in the end as it eliminated the need to dig up the foundation and restore it. And most importantly, since the enhancement occurred underground, there was no worry about it being discovered by others. I could actually continue to enhance the Black Wind Protection Array's functionality, but the current form of the array is too large. The time consumption for enhancing would be huge. By solely enhancing the slowdown array, it should take less time, and I could use the separately researched slowdown array in other places. This was the path Yu Hong had initially envisioned. Learn new things from the enhanced products, comprehend them, add new elements, and enhance again, step by step perfecting the camp. As it was with inner chi, now it was the same with the arrays. Soon the black mark provided feedback. The countdown timer appeared. 17 hours 01 minute. Yu Hong breathed a sigh of relief, knowing his guess was correct. Enhancing just one functionality didn't require much time. Standing up, he took the wooden board with the slowdown array and began contemplating the combination of various array patterns and symbols. The symbols he now controlled included the luminous stone array patterns, vortex array patterns, concealing symbol, and now the slowdown array patterns. In the basement, Yu Hong looked at these 4 types of symbols on the paper and already had a plan in his heart. He spent so much time and was willing to let the black mark idle without enhancing other things, to coordinate with himself and test meticulously to paint a complete slowdown talisman array, all for this moment. These 4 kinds of runes are already sufficient to form a simple compound array. Yu Hong pondered in his heart. The essence of the luminous stone rune is enhancement, strengthening the efficacy of the luminous stone itself. So it should be called an enhancement rune. The vortex itself represents storage and release, while concealing is for hiding the presence, reducing and stabilizing the activity of radiation. This can serve as a safety valve. The last, the slowdown, can be used to control the flow rate of energy, combined with inner chi to depict large pyroxene stone powder as a link for conduction pathways. With this, a basic personal compound array structure is ready. Yu Hong's heart leapt with joy. Completing a basic compound structure meant that it could be repeatedly and infinitely nested. Observing the 4 types of symbols, he began to consider which direction to try first. After a moment, he decided to start with the slowdown array. Use the vortex talisman array as the power source to absorb and release energy. Then tailor it for the purpose of deceleration. Apply the concealing symbol to stabilize the structure and eliminate the fluctuation of presence, and use the enhancement rune to strengthen the functionality of deceleration. Yu Hong made a simple attempt to draw the 4 types of symbols onto a board, connecting them with simple large pyroxene stone graphite powder lines, and combined them in sequence, taking advantage of the simulation structure of the wind and fire slaughter spirit array. Very quickly, after just over an hour, a brand new array wooden board appeared before him. The wooden board, about the size of a wash basin, began rapidly absorbing the surrounding red value to store as energy. And Yu Hong had also made it foldable, saving on the graphite powder. Now we wait. Satisfied, he put down the board and went up to the first floor to eat something. If this attempt is successful, then I can completely utilize the combination of array patterns to enhance other functionalities. For instance, enhance the erosive abilities of the black wind and black fire in the wind and fire slaughter spirit array. Yu Hong, tasting the sweetness of success, felt that he had finally found the correct way to use the black mark. Researching and absorbing the attributes of enhanced objects, then summarizing the experiences and inspirations, adding a touch of something new, you could enhance and create newer and stronger objects. In this way, the abilities he controlled became more numerous and versatile, capable of dealing with many complex situations, while the items enhanced by the black mark also grew stronger, creating a positive feedback loop. Just like how he deduced his own inner chi basics from the enhanced cultivation technique, then directly enhanced his inner strength with the infinite chi condensing technique, which in turn accelerated his thunderbolt leg technique. Time slowly trickled by. The sky gradually brightened as the night passed, and the solitary 2 hours of daylight arrived quietly. Yu Hong hadn't slept all night, constantly trialing the various combinations of symbols. By dawn, he had a drink of water and lay down to rest for a while. Inside the stone castle, Old Li and Old Zhou both got up and started their daily preparations. Maintaining humidity in the breeding tanks, checking temperatures, adding compost, and arranging the feces of cockroaches and lizards, among other tasks. They also needed to exercise to keep their bodies in shape and prepare breakfast. As the main combat forces aside from Yu Hong, Old Lee and Old Joe had to practice fighting skills and simulated shooting every day. The two discussed the types of black disaster they encountered outside and debated the best ways to deal with them. While everyone went about their daily routine, outside the camp, a swarm of black insects gathered and condensed into a humanoid form. It was an insect man. It mechanically edged along the perimeter of the camp, drawing closer and closer. Puff! Soon, a black lizard in the corner spat saliva, which stuck to the side of its face. But this time, the spitting attack, usually infallible in its ability to humiliate, surprisingly did not provoke any reaction from the insect man. It remained motionless and continued to move forward, slowly making its way towards a corner of the camp. Inside the cave, Yu Hong sat up abruptly, observing the insect man through the eyes of the black lizard. He didn't rashly go outside to avoid triggering any aggressive impulses in the other party. Essentially, the stone castle is concealed with concealing symbols, hiding its aura fluctuations. In the eyes of the black disaster, it should only appear as a strange camp with a faint scent of living humans. As long as there are more repulsive elements than attractions in the camp, we can achieve eviction. So, we must ensure that no living person goes outside the camp, which would increase the scent of life and its attractiveness. Watching the insect man closely, Yu Hong this time chose not to personally lead it away. He also wanted to test the specific power of the newly enhanced wind and fire slaughter spirit array. Puff! Puff! The insect man slowly approached the camp's fence. It seemed to gaze at the inside of the camp from where its eyes should be. 1 step, 2 steps. Puff! In an instant, its entire body turned into a swarm and flew straight over the fence, lunging towards the stone castle. But the moment it flew into the fence, the expanded array immediately took effect. A stream of transparent air erupted from the ground, hitting the swarm of insects that the insect man had become. The stream of air, like a pillar, enveloped the insect man, continually striking it. At the same time, streaks of black sparks appeared inside the swarm, attempting to ignite the insect man. Suddenly, the speed of flight for the swarm of insects drastically reduced, becoming much slower. However, even so, the short 30-meter distance from the outer yard wasn't enough for it to fly across. Just as it was about to reach the walls of the stone castle, suddenly a figure burst out from the inner yard and threw a radiation hand grenade at it. Bang! With a negative red value of 7,000, the radiation explosion burst forth, an insult more than anything to the insect man. It was also attracted by the strong scent of living humans, and swiftly turned towards the figure, lunging at it. But with a bang, the figure started to run circles around the outer yard with a speed not any slower than the insect man. In open areas, the insect man was naturally not as fast as Yu Hong, and with the array's hindrance it was even slower. Thus, one chased and the other ran, quickly completing a full lap. Then 2 laps. 3 laps. 4 laps. The black sparks on the insect man turned into black flames, layers of black insects burning to death and falling like gravel. As it continued to circle, it had already stayed within the array for more than 10 seconds. While running, Yu Hong occasionally slowed down to wait for it. Seeing the insect man's body visibly shrinking in size, he felt relieved. Now it should have reached the array's damage limit, 12,000 units of damage per second. Even if it is an insect man, with a radiation total red value of over 100,000, it cannot withstand such rapid burning. As expected, after a few more laps, the insect man's size had shrunk by half compared to when it arrived. Now only 1.40 meters in height, like a dwarf, it sensed something was wrong and immediately turned to flee towards the outside of the array. Seeing this, Yu Hong stopped in his tracks, attempting to tempt it to continue the chase. But this insect man clearly had some intelligence and, without looking back, maintained its humanoid form and dashed out of the camp, disappearing into the foggy forest in a blink. Yu Hong chased after it and stood in the outer yard of the camp, looking out. He dared not pursue further because, apart from arrays and items, he didn't dare physically engage with an insect man. Standing inside the fence, his expression finally relaxed a bit. The array will need to be strengthened, but the damage is indeed very high. Except for the speed of insect men, which are like an 8th level black disaster, all other black disasters pose no threat to the camp. Chapter 176. Strengthening. Generally, a shadow would have just tens of red value. And the withered woman evil shadow initially had only hundreds. Language people are stronger initially in the thousands. Approaching the current campsite array meant instant elimination. The combination of black wind and black fire initially caused 5,000 damage per second. Basically, entering meant death. Once the slowing array is enhanced and the slow effect becomes more pronounced, perhaps I won't even need to lure the insect man myself. At this point, Yu Hong finally felt a bit of safety. The high damage of the wind and fire slaughter spirit array initially gave him the confidence to stabilize the camp. Now, the problem was that continuing to strengthen the array would definitely take more time. Strengthening just the slowing effect, on the other hand, would take much less black mark time. Thus, the focus should just be on continuously enhancing the slowing effect. At that moment inside the stone castle, Li Rushan and others, who had already sensed something, quietly opened the door and peeped out. "Boss? Is it over?" Li Rushan asked cautiously. "It's fine now, but in the future, you all should come out less. And even if you do, try to bring a luminous stone blanket to reduce your own aura," Yu Hong advised. "Yes, definitely," Old Li nodded repeatedly. Just now, he had seen an insect man through the gap in the window, and although he didn't know how the boss had driven it away, the outcome was bearable. "Boss, did the insect man enter the camp just now?" Dr. Su squeezed out of the door and asked cautiously. It was too fast. The camp isn't deep enough, but as long as we hide inside the stone castle, it shouldn't be a problem," Yu Hong reassured. He had just led the insect man around in many circles. Hiding the truth was impossible. So he simply told the truth outright. Regardless, hearing that the insect man had entered the camp, everyone's faces slightly changed. The atmosphere suddenly turned a bit gloomy. "That's all, don't worry," Yu Hong spoke loudly. "I've already started making enhancements in response to the recent situation. We naturally trust the boss. But there's another issue," Li Rushan said with hesitation. Then after pausing, he continued. "It's about Su Ruoying. She needs a targeted checkup now. She's noticed something wrong with her belly. Probably needs some medication to stabilize the pregnancy. But we have no equipment here. Nor do we understand obstetrics." "You mean?" Yu Hong had a premonition. "I need to go to the city, find a doctor, find equipment. We're lacking many things here," Dr. Su said helplessly. As the fetus grew, her mental state had improved so much that she was no different from a normal person. "Didn't Ding Xiao borrow a car? We could use it to go to a bigger base," Li Rushan said gravely. Yu Hong paused, then nodded in understanding. "I have no objections. For the sake of the child, we need to go to a larger base where the conditions are much better." He couldn't possibly spend black mark enhancement time on strengthening a bunch of equipment just for childbirth. Even if he could enhance them, who would operate them? Have Dr. Su deliver by herself? If there was a difficult labor, would she perform a cesarean section on herself? Thus, Yu Hong understood Su Ruoying's predicament and sympathized. "So, you plan to go with her?" He looked towards Li Rushan. "With her being pregnant and less mobile, someone must accompany her. I plan to go with Nana and her." "Where to?" "First to Old Joe's mentioned Old Hope City in Mandi, which he has visited. That area isn't a high-risk black disaster invasion zone. After the city was broken, it gathered many refugees, and they established a small refuge there, currently housing about a few hundred people," Li Rushan explained earnestly. Yu Hong fell silent, then showed a smile. "All right, be careful on the road." Li Rushan nodded and looked down, unable to meet the other's gaze, until he heard Yu Hong's footsteps fade away, followed by the heavy sound of the cave door closing. He sighed quietly and turned to help Dr. Su through the door. His daughter Nana stood by the doorframe, watching him. "Dad, didn't you say that you would always be with Uncle Yu?" Nana asked bluntly. "I will send you and Dr. Su to a safe place, then come back," Li Rushan responded. Oh, Izina nodded. But the upcoming old Zhou was not so easily fooled. He exchanged a look with Li Rushan. The two quickly settled Nana and Dr. Su, then went alone to the breeding room and closed the door. Old Zhou leaned against the door, staring at Li Rushan. "You're planning to leave?" he asked. Although phrased as a question, it carried a certain affirmation. The black disaster has reached the inner courtyard of the camp. The boss had to deal with an insect man personally. It's not just one insect man out there. These creatures move in groups. Li Rushan did not answer directly. "It looks like you're leaving," Old Zhou exhaled lengthily. "It makes sense. We joined Black Wind Camp looking for safety. Now that safety is gone, it could collapse at any moment. You have a child. Of course, you can't risk your life with the boss." He paused. "Even if the boss once saved your life." This seemed like a taunt. With Li Rushan's temperament, normally he would have retorted right away. But now, "I'm not alone." He lowered his head and closed his eyes. "If it weren't for Nana, I wouldn't mind sacrificing my life for the boss. I, Li Rushan, am not afraid of death. But if I die, what will happen to Nana?" He opened his eyes, guilt and resolution flashing through them. "I promised Karine to protect Nana as she grows up." "Heh heh." Zhou Shuiguang laughed twice. "What are you laughing about? You're not planning to go?" Li Rushan asked in return. "Go? Although the boss saved me too, I'm originally a deserter. Having escaped once, escaping a second time doesn't weigh on me much," Old Zhou said indifferently. "Honestly speaking, the boss has really been good to us. It's a pity. In this world, perhaps good people really don't last long." "That's right. In any other camp, we would just be cannon fodder. Here, we have free access to food and medicine. If it weren't for..." Li Rushan nodded and sighed again. "You're planning to go. Another reason must be the exhausted luminous stone mine, right?" Zhou Shuiguang asked again. Li Rushan did not utter a word, but his silence was consent. "Hey, now we're all gone. I wonder what expression the boss will have when he finds out," Zhou Shuiguang said with self-mockery. "He's probably going to curse us out big time. I've packed everything up. This time, I'm planning to head to Gray City, which Commander Zhang Kaijun mentioned." "Where are you going?" Li Rushan spoke again. "Is that little bit of stuff enough for your journey?" Zhou Shuiguang noticed that Li Rushan had packed, but the quantity was quite small. "It's all the boss's stuff. We've already betrayed his kindness. We shouldn't go to extremes in everything," Li Rushan said lightly. "At least I, Li Rushan, come from a mailman background. Finding some supplies en route is something I can handle. In that case, I suggest you don't be shy. If not for yourself, think about Nana. This little bit of food means hardly anything to the boss. If you care, find a way to make it up to the boss later," Zhou Shuiguang suggested earnestly.
Li Rushan nudda.
"But making it up also depends on whether the boss survives this insect man attack." Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Deep into the night, the sky was pitch black, yet there was no blood tide, and there were still hours until dawn. The solar car's motor quietly started. For people sat inside, taking supplies, and drove out along an unblocked mountain forest road. Yu Hong stood in front of the stone castle window, watching the dark car leave, his face expressionless. "Everyone's gone. Better this way. Now, I don't have to keep hiding," he muttered softly, turning to look at the empty stone castle. The stone castle, which used to have a fair amount of activity, now felt empty and chilly. On the grayish-white stone wall to the left, there were graffiti scribbled by Izina with a charcoal pencil. The graffiti depicted two adults holding hands with a ponytailed little girl, each with a floral wreath above their heads. They were holding hands in a circle, with upturned mouth corners, all smiling. "Go on, everyone, go." Yu Hong sighed again. Before leaving, he had actively stuffed Nana with plenty of nutritional paste and some radiation hand grenades, fearing she might get hungry on the way. After all, the journey was long, and in case of an emergency, even though the car had concealment runes and the additional concealment effect of the pyroxene secret room, people still need to eat and drink. When leaving, He could see Nana's reluctance and Li Rushan's guilt and helplessness. He could understand why they made this decision. Only, understanding is just understanding, but next time he didn't want to encounter such a situation again. He didn't want to at all. I can't change others, so I must change myself. He thought the camp rules he had were too simple before, letting just anyone come in and providing them with food and water. Perhaps he should strictly adopt the system from Zhang Kaijun's Gray City, establishing a perfect contribution point system. According to the contribution, exchange it for food, water, and a safe residence. Fair exchange was the right way to operate in this era. After all, even if his own food and water were easily obtained, what did that have to do with outsiders? I got it easily. Should I just give it away casually? Bang! Yu Hong forcefully closed the window, set the wooden latch, and left the stone castle. The slowdown part of the wind and fire slaughter spirit array was almost over. Standing next to the inner courtyard wall, he looked down at the dark red countdown. 3 minutes. With 3 minutes left, he simply sat down cross-legged, quietly cultivating his inner chi and waiting. Before long, a soft sound spread to his ears. Yu Hong, with closed eyes, quickly checked the aerial view of the array in his mind. The entire camp originally displayed a large circle of grayish-white luminescence in the array. At this moment, parts of the red patterns inside the array were distinctly marked. This was the independently enhanced slowdown function. Yu Hong opened his eyes and saw a new instruction sheet appear on the ground. He picked it up and read, Black Wind Protection Array, also known as the Modified Wind and Fire Slaughter Spirit Array, while maintaining the original lethality, enhances the air resistance slowdown effect. Each hostile individual entering the array will continuously endure ordinary resistance, impeding their progress. The array change had no other content except this resistance, changing from minor to ordinary. Yu Hong thought about the previous reduction in the speed of the insect man, feeling slightly hopeful. I wonder to what extent this slowdown can reach, he thought. After enhancing the slowdown array, he looked again at the black mark. Now it's time to enhance the black lizard. A mere scout is no longer useful to me. I need a type of soldier with strong combat capabilities to address the issue of protecting substitution after the depletion of luminous stone. If I let the black lizard deal with the insect man and expand the safety zone around it regularly, safety will be higher. Chapter 177, Road 1. In the woods, mist permeated the air like a thin veil, enveloping the sparse trees. Plop! Outside the camp, a glob of black spit shot out, precisely hitting a white rock on the ground. Hiss! The black spit slowly reacted with the rock, emitting white smoke. A small hole formed from the corrosion. The hole deepened until the black spit was completely consumed, and then it stopped. Amidst the crackling footsteps, Yu Hong, in a full suit, walked over and crouched to inspect it. He extended his index finger, poking it into the hole, reaching roughly the second joint. Test over. The saliva of this black lizard has a strong corrosive effect on everything. Yu Hong stood up, turning his head to look at the docile black lizard lying down. Grown black lizards were about the size of a regular cat. Entirely black, they could be mistaken for a piece of dead wood if their eyes were closed. Looking at the black lizard, Yu Hong mulled over what aspect to enhance. First off, speed is a must. Otherwise, it's pointless as a scout without sufficient reconnaissance ability. Then comes lethality. Fast, high lethality assassin-type scouts are the sort of sentinel I need. But it's useless if it's too weak defensively and gets knocked down by one shot from a gun. After much consideration, Yu Hong crouched down and rubbed the black lizard's forehead. Speed, lethality, defensive abilities. Isn't that comprehensive enhancement? Somewhat helplessly, his thoughts quickly shifted as he turned and walked back to the camp, urging the black lizard to follow. Before long, he used large pyroxene stone powder to sketch concealing symbols on the black lizard's body in the camp. Then, he thought for a moment and dragged out some unused metal tools and weapons from the cave. He lumped these together with the black lizard. Yu Hong glanced outside at the darkening sky. He placed his hand lightly on the black lizard, encompassing the pile of metal and weapons in his consciousness. Enhanced Black Lizard, direction, speed, lethality, defensive abilities. He naturally visualized his ideal Black Lizard in his mind. It would be a sentinel creature with fast speed, strong concealment, a robust physique with astonishing defensive power, and sufficient strength to drag most things, convenient for carrying trophies back. Soon, a black line flickered on the back of his hand, sinking into the Black Lizard. Confirm enhancement mark. Black Lizard? The black mark inquired. Also, a countdown appeared on the Black Lizard. 3 days, 9 hours, 14 minutes. Yes.
Yuong firmly replié.
The countdown flashed instantly and began timing. He exhaled in relief. After this enhancement, I'll enhance the entire camp again, reinforce the stone castle well, and strive to establish a closed, self-circulating system. The outside world's black disaster was bizarre and various dangers existed. Avoiding contact was the utmost safety measure. 3 days' time, now with fewer people in the camp, the attraction to the black disaster has greatly reduced. Maybe it's safer than before. He released the Black Lizard, controlling it to hide within the camp, not knowing what would happen if something being enhanced suddenly got damaged or died. But it was best not to test that. The 3 days rapidly passed. Yu Hong constantly monitored the changes of insects outside. Over these days, the insects seemed to lose interest in the camp, not even approaching like usual, hardly any human figures in sight. The surrounding woods of the camp seemed to have instantly returned to the state before the black disaster, tranquil and silent, with nothing around. Not even shadows, all driven away by the insects. During these days, Yu Hong consolidated a new inner chi, reaching the 7th root of the 3rd layer. The improvement of Thunderbolt Leg, though not enough for him to confront insects face-on, still gave him a significant sense of safety due to its speed. At noon, the sky gradually darkened and light rain began to rustle down, falling on the trees in the forest, the dry leaves, and into the muddy ground, producing a soft sound. Yu Hong left the cave and approached the edge of the array in the outer courtyard, dressed in the enhanced Black Lizard suit, unfazed by the rain but slightly tensed, sensing the Black Lizard about to complete its enhancement outside the fence. The countdown had 6 minutes left. He leaned casually against the fence, quietly focusing on his chi cultivation. Buzz. Suddenly, a faint electric motor sound came from the driveway leading to the public road in the outer courtyard, along with the noise of tires crunching on the wet ground. Yu Hong abruptly opened his eyes, gazing in that direction. In the field of vision of the scouting Black Lizard outside, a familiar car was slowly approaching the camp. Is that? He couldn't help but straighten up, peering intently in the direction of the sound. Shortly after, a black car covered in gray runes slowly stopped by the fence outside the camp. Click. The car door opened, and a familiar figure jumped out. Boss? Haven't seen you in a few days? Did you miss me? Zhou Shuaguang, with a smile on his face, patted the car door. Didn't you leave? Why did you come back? Yu Hong's expression remained unchanged. They went to accompany Dr. Su for childbirth. Having Li is enough. What would I be there for? Zhou Shuaguang answered with a laugh. He looked back at the misty rain-soaked woods. By the way, boss, what are you doing standing here? You didn't already know I was coming back, did you? Just passing time, observing the black disaster, gathering detailed information. Yu Hong casually replied. Old Zhou's return was somewhat unexpected to Yu Hong but also brought a bit of solace, and it rekindled a sense of life in the otherwise desolate camp. Go back and rest for a bit. I still have to observe for a while, Yu Hong calmly said. Understood. Old Zhou nodded, opened the fence, drove in, then closed the gate and returned to the stone castle. Yu Hong continued to stand in the same place, listening to the faint sounds coming from the stone castle behind him, the corners of his mouth involuntarily curling up. Distracted by Old Zhou, he momentarily didn't notice that the enhancement of the Black Lizard had finished. At that moment, Yu Hong regained his senses and once again sensed the black mark in his mind. After a few breaths, he took a step forward, flipped over the fence, and walked into the mist. After several meters, He stopped in front of a withered tree and watched as a brand new black lizard slowly crawled out from behind the trunk. The half-human tall black lizard, resembling the world's largest Komodo dragon, had grown significantly in size. Its eyes were like murky black glass beads, its body swollen and thick, about 2 meters long, clad in black scales as tough as old tree bark. Yu Hong stepped forward, reached out, and knocked on the lizard's forehead. Thunk, thunk, thunk. The sound as dull as knocking on wood. "Come on, spit," Yu Hong commanded, pointing at a nearby tree trunk. The black lizard immediately spat out a glob of black phlegm, which was at least 3 times bigger than before, quickly covering the waist-thick trunk. Shortly after the hissing sound, the tree trunk was corroded severely, causing the tree to sway and was about to fall at any moment. "Not bad." Yu Hong nodded slightly before his thoughts shifted. He directed the new black lizard toward a large moss-covered boulder. Bang! The black lizard took a few running steps and rammed into it. The boulder, easily weighing 100 kilograms and as big as a small millstone, was sent rolling away, turning a few times before stopping. "The strength has also increased quite a lot," Yu Hong noted, and then drew a dagger from his back, walking forward to scratch the lizard's scales. Hiss, 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 hiss. Using only the strength of a normal person, the tip of the knife could only scratch white marks on the back of the black lizard, unable to harm it. "I've incorporated some metal elements, so its defense is also decent. All in all, it can now be considered a strong sentinel. Besides dealing with low-level black disasters, it can also handle some hostile entities." Finally, the speed. He sheathed his knife, mentally controlled the black lizard, and urged it to sprint at full speed along the roadway toward the highway. 3, 2, 1, run. He simultaneously glanced at the timer on a detector and began timing. The black lizard sprinted off in silence, swiftly disappearing into the gray fog. About half a minute later, hiss! The vision of the black lizard abruptly stabilized and stopped. Yu Hong, seeing through the mark, noticed it had reached the road surface. 36 seconds. He had estimated that the distance from the camp to the highway was slightly over a kilometer, and the black lizard only needed half a minute to cover it. This speed was indeed much faster than before. With this, the area across the highway can now be included in my patrol range. Let's test the maximum radius. Yu Hong continued to control the lizard to sprint further, crossing the highway and passing through a slope. It wasn't long before the lizard exceeded the 2-kilometer range, but this time, it surprisingly did not lose connection and still maintained contact. This invigorated Yu Hong. He continued to control the lizard to run farther, and quickly, when it reached 3 kilometers, the lizard's vision suddenly went dark. Lost connection.
Yu Hong exhaled.
3 kilometers, the control limit has increased. It seems that the enhancement of the mark depends on continuous strengthening. The stronger the marked creature, the stronger the overall data will be. Soon, the black lizard automatically returned within 3 kilometers, and its vision returned to Yu Hong. He started directing the black lizard to return while having the other black lizards automatically patrol around the camp. Now that the array was enhanced and the black lizards were strengthened, he decided to find a way to completely solve the problem with the Insect Man and prevent them from staying near the camp and treating it as their own territory. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Gray City. The massive, robust gray city walls stood amid the endless yellow, hilly terrain. In front of the city gates, the thick metal gates, over 10 centimeters thick, slowly and sequentially rose, opening a passageway for entry and exit. Outside, the survivors from various places, dressed in tattered clothes and showing signs of malnutrition, surged forward, trying to rush into the city. Everyone line up, undergo the city entry inspection one by one, check the notice on the right immediately after entering the city, and strictly follow all the procedures listed. Violators will be expelled from the city. Inside the gates, teams of black-clad security personnel, in full-body bulletproof suits, holding firearms, and wearing brown goggles that fully covered their faces, remained silent as pre-recorded messages played over the loudspeakers. The speakers, hanging on either side of the city gate, continuously repeated the message. Among the armed personnel responsible for inspections, one was checking the data cards filled out by those entering. Suddenly, the inspector held down a card he had just seen. Former postman? Baichio Village? Black Wind Camp? He muttered hesitantly, raising his head to look at 3 people in the distance undergoing the 3rd round of body searches. Li Russian, raising his hands, seemed to hear the sound and immediately turned toward them with a sincere smile. Izina was behind him, while Dr. Su, prominently pregnant, entered a separate tent for inspection at the end. Take these 2 down, drag them out and kill them. The inspector released the card and casually waved his hand. Crash! 3 people from the black-clad team immediately stepped forward and approached Li Russian. Wait! We haven't done anything. What are you trying to do? Why are you killing us? Li Russian's face changed instantly. This was neither logical nor reasonable. Normally, they would have heard that he was a former postman and immediately given him special treatment. After all, a postman is a skilled and valuable asset anywhere. But this gray city... Before he could struggle, 2 steel-like arms instantly clamped his arms, and a tremendous force pinned him down, rendering him immobile. Of the 3 who had emerged, 2 were enhanced humans. Chapter 178. Road. Li Russian was dumbfounded. He saw the 3rd person grab Izina and walk toward the city gates first. Wait, is there some kind of misunderstanding? We're just ordinary people seeking help. Li Russian panicked and shouted loudly.
No misunderstanding.
A cold, mechanical voice synthesized from the helmet of the armed squad leader resonated. It was obviously designed as a method to avoid black disaster incidents like those that affected language people. Baichio Village is at least 100 kilometers away from here, and it's an area dominated by high-risk black disaster insect men. You 3 weaklings, not even enhanced humans, managed to escape from there. And each of you ran over 100 kilometers without a scratch? Do you really take us inspection teams for fools? The captain brushed off any further talk with a wave of his hand. Take them away, quickly. I'm a former mailman. Why is it impossible? Li Russian was sweating profusely from anxiety, struggling to shout. Mailman or not, you're still considered suspicious. The captain didn't finish his sentence. Meanwhile, Izina yelled out loudly. I'm a mutant. I can't be attacked by the black disaster. The captain immediately raised his hand, signaling his subordinates to stop. He stood up and walked over to Izina, who barely reached his waist, looking down. Behind the brown goggles were a pair of cold, merciless gray eyes. Mutant. Interesting. Then drag them all to the isolation zone. If you survive, it proves your worth. He waved his hand again. At once, 3 armed personnel dragged the 2 of them and marched briskly toward the city gates. Li Russian wanted to shout again, but someone struck him hard at the back of the head, rendering him powerless. Whenever we encounter suspicious-looking individuals, throw them all into the isolation zone immediately. The captain instructed the other team members. Understood. Everyone replied simultaneously with electronic synthesized voices. This is Gray City. Only the last human elite are qualified to enter this bastion. The worthless and mediocre must serve as the shield for Gray City by using their lives in the isolation zone. The captain took the opportunity to scan the long line of people entering the city. To survive until now, there wasn't a single good one among them, so he had to thoroughly filter out all the bad seeds. Even if one slipped through, he had to suppress them strongly enough to keep them in check. The isolation zone is an established comprehensive defense system against the black disaster. When there's trouble in the isolation zone, Gray City receives feedback immediately and devises countermeasures. There, you can only receive basic water and food. So, if you don't want to be relegated to the isolation zone, then give your all to demonstrate your abilities. Prove what use you have to Gray City. By this time, Li Russian, who had been dragged far away, felt his heart sink when he heard those words. Dad, are we going to die? Izina asked from behind. We won't. We're different from ordinary people. We're talented individuals. Gray City won't kill us easily. Li Rushan forced a smile to comfort his daughter. Once in the isolation zone, you are not allowed to leave without permission, or you'll be shot. There are fixed meal collection points and resting spots every day. You must sleep in your designated spot and cannot wander around, their escort advised in an electronic voice. If a black disaster attack occurs, gather as much intelligence as possible. High contributions may offer a chance to enter Gray City and become a Gray City citizen.
Li Rushan siga.
If he wanted to resist, he could break free. But this was Gray City. He wasn't facing just one person. Around him were at least 30 heavily armed Gray City soldiers. Dad, do you regret this decision? Izina asked inexpressively from behind.
Li Rushan rapli al Plesli. No regrets.
At least here we have a chance to live. Going back would mean certain death sooner or later. I just didn't expect the rules here to be so strict. Dad, did you think everyone was like Uncle you? Izina responded speechlessly. Hey. Once we establish ourselves here, with your dad's abilities and knowledge, I'll climb up the ranks and rescue your Uncle you from the fire pit, Li Rushan said dreamily. Do your best, Dad. Izina encouraged him expressionlessly.
Li Rushan.
Nana? Why are you here too? Suddenly, a familiar voice came from not far away. Li Rushan quickly turned to look. Amidst the dingy tents of the isolation zone, there stood Ding Xiao in the crowd, covered in dirt, her face almost unrecognizable, glancing over at them. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Black Wind Camp. Before the array was reinforced, the insect men kept coming, but after Yu Hong finished reinforcing it, they barely approached anymore. After enhancing the black lizard, Yu Hong continued to enhance a batch of food and anti-inflammatory drugs, then instructed Black Mark to continue fortifying and reinforcing the entire cave, incorporating the newly discovered concealing symbol. Strengthening the whole cave required quite a bit of time, with a countdown of 8 days. Yu Hong didn't mind. He was wholly focused on waiting for the insect men to cause trouble, ready to wipe them out completely. Yet even after 5 consecutive days, there was no sign of them. Boss, speaking of which, what about your family? You don't seem to mention them. Inside the stone castle, Zhou Shuiguang lounged on a wooden chair, lazily twirling a nutrient bar in his hand and asked. They're far, far away, Yu Hong replied. In a place without the black disaster. Sorry. Zhou Shuiguang paused in silence. It's all right. To be honest, you're the first to ask me that question. Yu Hong chuckled. When I last went looking for my family, I found out they'd moved. Not in Great Hope City anymore. Luckily, they're safe and left me a letter. Old Zhou also laughed. He leaned over, pulling out a small pendant from his collar. It was a black, teardrop-shaped pendant the size of a walnut. With a press of his thumb, it snapped open, revealing a colorful photo inside. Look, this is my daughter, son, and my wife, he said proudly. Cute, huh? Yu Hong leaned in to look. The photo showed a plump young woman holding 2 chubby, pudgy diapered children, smiling brightly at the camera. All 3 wore matching white t-shirts emblazoned with a large pink character for family on their chests. The background was an old-fashioned bedroom, the white walls slightly yellowed, with a white baby crib, a standing clothes rack, and toys like rattles and a small brown toy car scattered on the floor. Adorable. Lots of flesh. Yu Hong smiled and commented. Of course, my Zhou family, when they were little, they were all chubby. Healthy bodies. Not a single one with poor eyesight, all good soldier material. Zhou Shuiguang said with a tinge of pride. Nowadays, you wouldn't believe it. Among a class of 30 to 40 kids, only a few graduate elementary school without needing glasses. Too many electronic devices. They're awful for the eyes. He sighed. Indeed. So the country is also advocating for more outdoor active. Yu Hong continued. The 2 of them suddenly fell silent. Now, well, there's no more elementary school. No. There are no more students. Old Zhou closed the lid, tucked the pendant back into his collar. Speaking of which, boss, Do you really not plan to leave? Not leaving. I've invested too much energy, too much time here. I don't plan on leaving, Yu Hong said calmly. Makes sense. Old Zhou chuckled. In that case, if you survive this ordeal, I suggest setting up rules and regulations for the camp. Don't give out water and food too freely. Contribution exchange, huh? Yu Hong was somewhat familiar with the concept. More or less. Some people, if things come too easily, they won't cherish them, assuming a lot is their entitlement. Once you can't guarantee resources, any slip becomes your fault. So it's better to set rules from the beginning. More contributions mean more returns. With the data right there, no one can argue. Zhou Shuiguang had clearly given it some thought. If you trust me, boss, I can draft the details. All right. After all, it's just the two of us here now, either you or me. Yu Hong also leaned back into the wooden chair. The cooling water constantly flowed through the pipes, bringing plenty of heat, making the entire stone castle comfortably warm, with dryness being the only issue. The warmth made him feel a bit sleepy. First, the camp could be divided into official members, probationary members, and visitors, 3 categories. Old Zhou began to speak. Official members enjoy all sorts of camp benefits, but there's a fixed quota. It's not a free-for-all. Distributions are proportional to contributions. The number of members must be controlled to avoid overwhelming the camp. Secondly, probationary members are those contributing and aiming to become official members but haven't met the standards yet. They can also exchange limited resources with the camp but at prices less favorable than official members. This categorizes them and confines their residence to the outer yard or secondary safety zones. Then there are the visitors, who approach the camp temporarily for communication, trade, or visits. They too have trade rights, but at even higher prices than probationary members. Each person also has limits. For all 3 groups, the lists of exchangeable items differ. Just because the camp possesses something doesn't mean everything is exchangeable. If anyone leaves the camp, they must start accumulating contributions from scratch to requalify as official members. Old Zhou clearly had experience, discussing and refining the camp regulations with Yu Hong, item by item. Without rules, nothing can be accomplished. Previously, the Black Wind camp was managed according to Yu Hong's mood, eventually resulting in complete chaos. Now, laying out the regulations, the two of them carefully wrote their agreed-upon plans on white paper, discussing amongst themselves. By the time they had finished the initial draft, the sky was almost bright. The detector showed it was already 9:45 in the morning. Old Zhou could barely keep his eyes open. Covering himself with a thin blanket, he drifted off to sleep in a daze. In the safety of the second floor of the stone castle, the warm heat made one almost forget the cold winds outside. The whistling sound of the wind squeezed through the wooden window gaps, moaning. Though it sounded somewhat eerie to Yu Hong, it felt a bit warm and cozy right then. He stood up, without any sign of exhaustion on his face. Despite staying up all night with his current physique and inner energy, he was as refreshed as if he had just gotten up. He thought to himself, it's time to start preparing the controlled inner chi manual. Seeing old Zhou sleeping like a log, Yu Hong shook his head wordlessly within, turning downstairs to check on the breeding boxes. Whoosh! Suddenly, a warning image from the black lizard forcefully entered his mind. For black humanoid figures suddenly appeared outside the camp's outer yard fence, all facing the camp, standing silently. Swish! In an instant, the 4 figures simultaneously rushed into the camp, transforming into 4 swarms of black insects, lunging toward the stone castle. Chapter 179 Road. So fast. Yu Hong's heart chilled. He hadn't expected these insect men to be so swift. They hadn't attacked before, and now they burst forth in a major assault, 4 of them charging at once. There was no time to think further. He quickly commanded the black lizards to strike at full speed. The speed of the 4 black lizards, enhanced, was in no way inferior to that of the insect men, rapidly bursting through the mist. Spit, 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 spit. For globs of black phlegm shot out, flying towards the 4 insect men that had entered the array. Under normal circumstances, It would be impossible for the rapidly moving insect men to be easily hit, but just as they entered the outer courtyard, they felt a thick layer of transparent airflow rise from the ground, blocking them. Boom! They forcefully exerted themselves, shattering completely this layer of transparent airflow. But as soon as it dispersed, new streams of airflow rose again. In an instant, within the outer courtyard, the forms of the 4 insect men were visibly slowed down. From their previous pace of 100 yards, it had suddenly dropped to 30 yards. Thus, the 4 globs of black phlegm hit their targets perfectly. Hiss! The grating sound of corrosion rang out as black smoke began to seep from the faces and bodies of the 4 insect men. They opened their mouths to let out silent screams, clearly incensed, trying to accelerate forward. But just then, the same transparent airflow that had hindered them before strengthened once more. The airflow condensed and morphed, astonishingly transforming into 4 crow-sized black birds. The crows circled the insect men, continuously striking them. With each hit, the insect men's entire bodies shook, their speed further reduced. This is? Yu Hong, through the eyes of the black lizards, saw this unfold and was suddenly intrigued. The tension he had just felt eased upon seeing the insect men restricted. At this point, the insect men could at best move 30 yards. It would take at least 4 seconds to cross the outer courtyard and another 7 or 8 seconds to reach him through the inner courtyard. That time was enough for the black lizards to attract all the enmity. It seems that the Crow Ruby and the bones of Speedman that I had previously fused in have some additional extra effects. Yu Hong carefully observed the newly appeared airflow crows and discovered they looked exactly like the mutant crows he had previously killed. Also, their speed was clearly abnormal, identical to the previous Speedman, flickering in and out as they covered distances in an instant to attack, obviously inheriting some of the abilities of Speedman. Most crucially, each time the crows struck the insect men, the insect's speed decreased even further. By now, the 4 insect men had only charged halfway through the outer courtyard and their speed had reduced to that of a leisurely human walk. Interesting. Yu Hong's anxiety vanished entirely. After a quick calculation with their current pace, it seemed unlikely the 4 insect men could withstand the duration of the array. It should be known that the array was scheduled by duration, and fully charged, it lasted 30 minutes. This represented 30 minutes of full power operation. If the power was intermittently lowered, starting and stopping while absorbing and replenishing the red value, as long as expenditure and absorption remained even, then the duration of the array could be said to be nearly limitless. Hiss! The speed of the 4 insect men slowed increasingly, furiously trying to charge forward. However, with each of their impacts, the black smoke rising from their bodies grew more abundant, and their surfaces began to burn with black flames. This was the black fire of the array, an attack that would increase in damage over time. Not long after, just a step away from the inner courtyard walls, the 4 insect men were completely immobilized. Hiss! The airflow crows and the black fire continued to harm them unceasingly, causing their bodies to shrink smaller and thinner. When they had halved in size, the insect men seemed to attempt retreat. But by then it was too late. Their movements had been drastically slowed by the array, every action painfully sluggish. Finally, after another 5 or 6 seconds, outside the inner courtyard wall, a tisk sound as 4 black flames ignited. The black fire lasted a few seconds and then slowly extinguished, and the 4 insect men that had so domineeringly approached Yu Hong were completely dissolved and burnt to death. Even though he had somewhat anticipated this outcome, seeing it firsthand still filled Yu Hong with a profound sense of shock. Such is the power of a fully enhanced array, he mused. For insect men, they had been burnt alive before he had even taken action. Even knowing the insect men would still recover, his current mood was extremely shaken. From start to finish, he didn't even need the black lizards to lure them. The array had resolved everything on its own. While the insect men's strength isn't considered powerful and their impact force is not high, their most dangerous aspect is their instant kill ability. But with such effects from the array, the camp security is sufficiently ensured. Now that he had truly seen the 4 insect men be dealt with, Yu Hong finally felt a strong sense of security rising within him. Even 8th-level insect men can be dealt with. It seems the camp can indeed be initially assured of safety. He clenched his fist, looked towards old Joe's room, where faces with gaping mouths were just visible at the windows. Old Joe, having been woken up at some point, was staring blankly at the spot in the courtyard where the insect men had vanished, frozen in place for a long time. At this moment, Yu Hong had no idea what was going through his mind. Without further ado, Yu Hong walked out of the stone castle and down the passageway to where the insect men had disappeared. On the ground, there remained burnt patches resembling the residue of burnt plastic, which he picked up one by one. The threat of the insect men is finally resolved. It should be safe out there now. The thought had just flickered through his mind when Yu Hong's expression subtly changed. Through the mist surrounding the camp, he could barely make out the figure of a person in yellow clothing and a white skirt. His gaze sharpened, realizing the speed man had come back to life again. The insect man had only just disappeared and this guy had already popped up. It was obvious that like the other black disasters, he had already revived, only being suppressed by the insect man, unable to approach. Taking a deep breath, Yu Hong stopped looking outside. After all, the other party couldn't get in. He turned back to the tunnel and headed for the cave. After discovering the speedman blocking the entrance, Yu Hong lost the interest to go out and simply decided to focus on cultivation within the safety of the camp. His days were spent either cultivating or chatting with Zhang Kaijun and Wei Song through the communications, and occasionally with old Joe. However, this guy seemed to be preparing something. He was constantly clanking away, and it was unclear what he was working on. Besides these activities, Yu Hong also began to attempt strengthening a secret manual for an inner strength that suited his needs. But time after time, the attempts ended in failure. Insufficient basic information, unable to strengthen. The black mark's feedback made Yu Hong's brows furrow as he lifted his right palm from the paper. He closely examined the basic content of the inner strength he had written. He had simplified everything that he could think of and extracted the most fundamental methods of inner chi cultivation. But to no avail. Every time he tried to add something that would make cultivation possible for ordinary people, the black mark would indicate that the information was incomplete and the foundation inadequate. I need a successful foundational structure that allows ordinary people to cultivate inner chi. But where the hell do I get a template for ordinary people practicing chi cultivation? Yu Hong was at a loss for words. This had been many attempts already, and obviously, the black mark had not been able to obtain information about ordinary people's inner chi, which made it incomplete unless he could directly get a set of the inner chi foundation that anyone could cultivate. Otherwise, inside the cave, Yu Hong moved various items around, placing them neatly. Microwave, refrigerator, fully automatic washing machine, induction cooker, all kinds of kitchenware, everything was there. After several outings, whether it was old Joe or old Lee, they had brought a lot of various household items. They even brought back a smart toilet seat. Now the camp lacked nothing in terms of appliances. They simply had to be installed for use. After the array had been strengthened and the insect man crisis resolved, Yu Hong began to arrange the various appliances, planning to put them into use. While he was organizing, he pondered the situation with the inner strength. Maybe I should change the approach. Since I can't create an inner strength that everyone can practice, I'll take mine as the base. I'll share a part of my power, using my own inner chi to control and influence others. Unable to produce an inner chi technique, he didn't want the black mark to remain idle. So he simply got up, walked to the entrance of the cave, and stepped outside. Standing in the tunnel and looking through the door, a thought crossed his mind. Suddenly, in the mist outside the camp, the shadow of a black lizard flickered by. The black lizard left the vicinity of the camp, accelerated through the mist, and approached the luminous stone mining area. Although its body had grown in size, it had talisman array patterns for camouflage integrated into it, further supplemented by the black mark, which had enhanced its movement speed. In its current state of motion, it was like a silent shadow gliding through the misty woods. Soon, the black lizard arrived at the original luminous stone mining area. The 3-kilometer control distance was enough for it to leave the camp and come here. Pausing outside a mine, The black lizard chose one at random before charging forward, entering the mine. Before long, it returned to the camp with its mouth full of something large and hurried back toward the camp. Minutes later, Yu Hong, stepping into the yard, reached out his hand and scooped out a large clump of black soil from the black lizard's mouth, bagging it in plastic. This was the original earth from the mine where the luminous stones had grown. Now that the luminous stones had been depleted, Yu Hong planned to use the black mark to attempt to strengthen and produce original luminous stones. Since the mine had been able to produce luminous stones, this indicated that the mine itself had the basic conditions to create them. Thus, it made sense for him to use the basis of the mine to strengthen and synthesize the original luminous stones. If successful, it could alleviate the material supply of luminous stones to some extent. After all, I don't need much, mainly for setting up arrays. Yu Hong took the original earth from the mine and headed back to the tunnel. Whether it would work or not, he still had to try. But, boom! A deep rumble of thunder resounded outside, and seconds later, heavy rain poured down. The curtain of rain immediately blurred the woodland, even more indistinct than when shrouded in mist. Yu Hong glanced at the rain curtain and suddenly had an ominous feeling. He returned to the cave and turned on the communicator. He had now enhanced the communicator with a vortex talisman array using the black mark, which automatically emitted negative radiations continuously when activated. He had turned the explosive release of the vortex talisman array into a slow release. With the deceleration array patterns, he could easily achieve many effects that were not possible before. Click. The communicator turned on, and after a brief static noise, the channel remained on the national broadcast station. Immediately, the sound of broadcasting came through. To repel a war-level black disaster, Frilka, without any notification on November 23rd, suddenly detonated 13 giant god bombs in its own MOR region. The blast successfully obliterated a vast area of black disaster hollow virus, while the shockwave and strong radiation also resulted in over 3 million civilians in the MOR region not surviving. According to Frilka's war committee, the action was to completely eradicate the double-digit number of black wells that had newly emerged in the MOR region, not just for the virus. Zhang Yinghua from the New Aurora City Joint Military criticized the move, stating that Frilka's actions completely disregarded civilian casualties, violated the International Nuclear Energy Convention, and caused massive civilian casualties. The Dongha Joint Military expressed serious protest and announced from the 25th they would completely break away from the Frilka Joint Military. November, Yu Hong was somewhat taken aback, realizing it was Frilka's hydrogen bombs before. They've gone mad. The fear must have been overwhelming to resort to a hydrogen bomb that killed millions at once. The hollow virus was evidently a highly contagious black disaster. What if this place also gets bombed because of the black disaster? Suddenly, this possibility sprang to his mind. Chapter 180, The Way. Survivors are extremely rare here, and the surrounding areas are almost all affected by the black disaster. If a war-level black disaster really emerges, there's a chance the Eastern River upper echelon might resort to using nuclear weapons, simply erasing this whole region. Compared to the ruthlessness of Frilka, dropping a few nukes in an almost uninhabited area is practically without obstacles. As he thought about this, he suddenly understood why everyone, like Old Li, was in such a hurry to flee to more populated places.
No.
It's still too unsafe here. I must continue to fortify. An immediate sense of urgency rose within Yu Hong. He stood up and placed his hand on the wall. Strengthen the Black Wind Camp. The range of reinforcement was still within this cave. The stone castle outside was too vast and not cost-effective. Prioritizing an absolutely safe zone was the best solution for conserving the Black Mark's time. Direction. Strengthen the outer defenses to withstand large-scale nuclear blasts. As he silently made the wish, a black line flowed from the back of Yu Hong's hand, but it quickly retreated. Unable to strengthen, a cold mechanical voice announced. Yu Hong wasn't surprised. The request was too ambitious, and the response was somewhat expected. He had only tried as a test. He repeated the strengthening request in his mind. Direction. Enhance the external defense of the safe house against explosive damage. After all, he had no other urgent needs for strengthening. He decided to give it a try and observe the effect. The trials with the native soil were not pressing, and he still had plenty of large pyroxene stone graphite powder on hand. Since he had stopped making radiation hand grenades, his consumption had decreased significantly. The black line flashed, and this time it didn't refuse. Strengthen Black Wind Camp? A countdown appeared. 7 days, 20 hours, 9 minutes. Yu Hong looked at it and found it acceptable, so he affirmed the decision. For now, the black disaster could be temporarily stabilized. However, when it came to explosions, it was evident the safe house fell far short. He needed to quickly address this weakness. The communicator kept repeating the news. It was clear that Aurora City intended to use Furlica as a negative example, contrasting how much more benevolent and just they were. The countdown began to tick away. Yu Hong breathed a sigh of relief and continued to adjust the dial, tuning the communicator back to the chat channel with Zhang Kaijun and Wei Song. Is there any other way? As soon as he switched over, Wei Song's anxious voice immediately came through. No, given your limited conditions, if you don't have extract as bait to simulate a living person, relying solely on what you have now, you're unlikely to survive this, Zhang Kaijun replied calmly. What happened? Yu Hong asked quickly. Seemed that Wei Song was in trouble. You've come at just the right time, Yu Hong. Wei Song's voice rose. Members of my camp suddenly started disappearing. At first, we thought they were killed by the black disaster while out, but then, for 3 consecutive days, someone disappeared every day. Not many, just one at a time, but no matter how we check and cross-check, we can't find the cause. I suspect there's a new type of black disaster we haven't previously recorded, like the turn-away man you described. Do you have any solutions? Have you tried everything? Yu Hong asked, feeling heavy-hearted. Pyroxene secret room, detector distribution, sunlight material isolation, pyroxene spray to increase air concentration, isolating corpses, and replacing spoken words with electronic sound. I've done everything I could. Wei Song was clearly panicked. How many have died now? Yu Hong continued to ask. He used death as a substitute for disappearance. 13. Most importantly, they are all core internal members who live in the most central area of the underground base. This means that the core area is completely unable to block the black disaster and cannot guarantee absolute safety. Wei Song replied hastily. Did you investigate if there's any commonality in all the victims' deaths? Zhang Kaijun asked. Yes, they all disappeared when they were alone, Wei Song answered. As a leader, of course, she was no good for nothing. Then make everyone operate in pairs of 2, never allowing anyone to be alone. Continue observing. Zhang Kaijun instructed. I have an enhanced version of the red value detector that might be of help. You know the address? Wei Song, you can come and get it. Yu Hong added, lacking a better idea. That's too far. Sending someone would mean traveling over 1,000 kilometers. Wei Song said with a sense of helplessness. Aurora City is establishing an airborne trade fleet, using large silent unmanned drones to carry goods, flying along black disaster-safe rifts. They've achieved some initial success. If you must, you can apply to them for help, though I'm not sure they'll pay you any mind, Zhang Kaijun said gravely. After all, if I were them, I'd just drop a big one on your location and completely eliminate the threat. Wei Song had no response. She logged off as she couldn't expect to get help online at a time like this, and naturally wouldn't carry on chatting as usual.
Yu Hong.
Zhang Kaijun said calmly, I've established a preliminary short-range, small-scale trade network here. I've managed to link up with about 6 different-sized survivor settlements around us. I've organized the trade myself, using safe routes between the black disaster rifts to exchange materials and equipment. Do you want to join? Trading materials and equipment? What do you have that I need? Are you selling luminous stones? Yu Hong asked. Luminous stones were the only thing he was lacking now. I can. I've stored enough to last for decades, so giving you some is no big deal. I need your Vortex Talisman plates and some high-end equipment and weapons. Can you do repairs? I'm strong in the biomedical field, but lacking in other areas. I can. What will be the price? Yu Hong asked. One standard-size vortex talisman plate for 1 kilogram of standard-density luminous stones. That's too cheap. Yu Hong began to haggle with the other party. He was very interested in the various materials Zhang Kaijun had to offer, and the luminous stones could serve as a backup if research on the native soil yielded no results. After a period of verbal fencing, they reached a consensus. Right. A few people came from your place to join us here in Gray City, including a kid named Izina who claims they can't be attacked by the Black Disaster. They want to join Gray City. You know about this? Zhang Kaijun suddenly changed the subject, speaking in a grave tone. So it's them. Yu Hong was taken aback. Follow the rules, he said indifferently. Since the other party had made their choice, he wasn't going to interfere. Of course, we'll follow the rules. Safety is paramount. Even if you begged, it wouldn't matter, Zhang Kaijun said with a smile. By the way, he reminded, according to satellite observation, there might be heavy continuous rainfall soon, so prepare well. Don't worry. Yu Hong had no intention of going out now. After the Black Lizard was enhanced, a 3-kilometer radius was enough for him to rely on the Black Lizard to collect various things. Once the communication ended, Yu Hong took out 4 pieces of black plastic-like items left by the insect man. Listening to the unceasing heavy rain outside, he was lost in thought. In the days that followed, he continued to rigorously practice the Thunderbolt leg technique, and his inner chi soon rushed to the 8th strand of the 3rd layer. Including the 2nd layer's inner chi that hadn't disappeared, he now had 17 strands of inner chi, which could be said to be astonishingly enduring. But whenever he relaxed even a bit, he would remember the insect man who he didn't even dare to touch. And there were the huge bird-like black disasters that passed far away, the giant oceanic black disasters that had obliterated Baihe City. Compared to these terrifying creatures, his strength was still far too inferior. 7 days quickly passed, and the black mark enhancement was complete. There weren't many changes to the cave this time, only that the walls and wooden door were covertly thickened by a large layer, indiscernible unless one looked closely. Old Zhou was still rattling away every day, and who knows what doing, but aside from occasionally bringing over dried meat and mushrooms, his figure was rarely seen. With the black mark idle, Yu Hong began to experiment with strengthening the mine's original earth. Trying it with just the earth always resulted in failures according to the black mark, so he began to try adding various other things to it for synthesis. As time went by day after day, his 9th strand of inner chi for the 3rd layer of the Thunderbolt leg technique was also about to successfully condense. Inside the stone castle, Yu Hong wrote the date on a wooden board with a charcoal pencil. December 17th of the 22nd year. The black pencil tip scraped across the brown wooden board, shedding powder. Thud, 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 thud. Suddenly, from outside in the courtyard fence, a clear sound of wood knocking came. Old Zhou, who was digging drainage ditches in the yard, heard the noise, put down his shovel, took a radiation hand grenade from underneath his raincoat, and carefully approached the direction of the sound. The torrential rain outside was still falling, and everywhere inside and outside the camp was a watery marsh. Before long, Old Zhou pushed open the main gate of the common passage, shaking the water off his raincoat before taking it off and striding toward the stone castle. On the 2nd floor of the stone castle, he pushed open the wooden door, holding up his bundle. Boss, can you believe a courier showed up? The postal service is operating again? His face revealed a strange mix of shock and joy. A courier? Yu Hong was also slightly surprised. Yeah, it's a speed-enhanced person who runs very fast, surname Chun, named Chun Jiaja. He said that now the high-risk black disasters are basically fixed. The black disaster rifts have solidified and been mapped, and it is now possible to travel relatively safely, Old Zhou said with some excitement. That's good news. Yu Hong smiled, as he had already gotten the news from Zhang Kaijun, but hadn't expected that so soon after, a courier would come knocking at his door. This surprised him somewhat. After all, even if the insect men outside were wiped out and had not revived yet, there were still speed men around. One wrong move in running and it would be betting one's life. But honestly, that Chun Jiaja, he seemed a bit simple-minded. Old Zhou whispered, shaking his head slightly. No sane person would want to go out at this time anyway, Yu Hong said calmly. Isn't this taking advantage of those fully enhanced people? Old Zhou sighed. Yu Hong didn't say anything but took the package. The package was wrapped in thick waterproof plastic bags, layer upon layer, wrapped up tight. With a slice of his fingernail, applying a bit of force, he easily slit the outer layer of plastic bags open. Inside was a black rectangular metal box. Upon opening the lid, it was stuffed with foam pieces. Among the white plastic, there was a luminescent stone wrapped again in thick plastic, with a letter pressed underneath it. Yu Hong's curiosity was piqued. In such harsh conditions, was there actually someone sending him a letter? He took out the luminescent stone and looked at it first. Through the transparent plastic, he paused slightly, noticing that this stone slightly resembled the symbols found in the luminous stone relics. Moreover, this symbol was apparently something he had never seen before. Setting the stone aside, he picked up the envelope. The envelope was a light yellow color, with the front bearing 2 lines of crooked writing. To Yu Hong personally.
Zenda, Lin Yi.